Now, the interesting thing is that idea, the sort of China competition idea, has devotees in both parties. You know, in Ohio is a state dominated by Republicans. The Republicans have been touting this as well. However, you know, it's not clear if Biden doesn't win. It's not totally clear like how things might change with Trump. But right now, it really seems like, you know, the U.S. is all in on investing in chip factories. There's even talk of a second CHIPS Act. You know, the idea that we might even appropriate more money for this stuff.
Not to talk about energy, but let's talk about energy. How are they going to power this kind of fab?
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, that is a huge issue, and talking to Intel, that is like one of the main issues in terms of where you're going to site one of these things. So when you're talking about building a fab, you're talking about essentially you need a lot of space, you need energy, and you also need water. Semiconductors use tons and tons of water. Now, Intel, what they say is they are really mindful of their environmental stuff. They're all in on sustainability and so on. A lot of the stuff that many companies say. Although I have to say they are already recycling a huge amount of water at these plants. And you know, for this industry to have a future, it does have to continue improving on sustainability.
Let me just put a plug in for this story. I'm reading it right now. First of all, great reporting as always from Max and Ian King, but great like audio and graphics and stuff like that. It shows you, the audio shows, I feel like it's shot by a drone or something. It shows you how big this facility in Ohio is going to be. So it's great stuff. Check it out on Bloomberg.com/Big Take, or you can find it on the Bloomberg terminal. Max Chafkin, senior reporter, Bloomberg Business Week, joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Great story he and Ian King wrote on Intel. Bets $28 billion to make Ohio, or as Matt Miller would say, the great state of Ohio, a global chips hub. We are waiting on comments from President Biden at the White House on these campus protests. He's expected to make comments in any moment. When he does, we will bring that to you, and that is coming up in moments. S&P 500 up 0.3%. The NASDAQ up 0.6%. So holding on to some gains here after we heard from Fed Chairman Jay Powell. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with a look at some of the companies we're following. Let's start with Huawei Technologies. This is the China telecom giant that's been blacklisted by the United States, secretly funding cutting-edge research at American universities, including Harvard. This comes through an independent Washington-based foundation. Huawei, the sole funder of a research competition, it's awarded millions of dollars since its inception in 2022 and attracted hundreds of proposals from scientists around the world, including those at top U.S. universities that have banned their researchers from working with the company. It's a Bloomberg exclusive, fascinating story. Bill Gross, who pioneered the total return strategy in the 1980s that revolutionized the bond market, says the approach is now defunct. It's kind of based on prices up, yields down, yields up, prices down in the bond market, instead of just picking up steady interest payments like his peers did at the time. The co-founder of PIMCO created the firm's total return fund back in 1987 to take active positions in duration, credit risk, and volatility. The idea is that more than just clipping the coupons, the bond investors could also benefit from capital appreciation as the bond prices rise and the yields fall. In the outlook published today, Gross noted that what's different now is that yields are much lower than when he first coined the concept, so that leaves investors with less room for price appreciation. And the Screen Actors Guild, which shut down Hollywood last year in a fight over pay from streaming companies, is taking a trust but verify approach to its new contract with the studios. The union's going to pay the TV ratings company Nielsen for audience data to help judge what its members should be paid for their content. That's company news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Thursday, everybody. We're almost to Friday. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top headlines in business and economics throughout the 2 hours. We are broadcasting live for Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube. Let's also get now to world and national news. And for that, we go to Michael Barr. Michael?
Thank you very much, Alex. Paul. John, former President Donald Trump faces additional sanctions in his hush money trial as he returns to court today for another contempt hearing followed by testimony. A lawyer for Stormy Daniels, Keith Davidson, is on the stand right now. Earlier this morning, prosecutors called for $1,000 fines for each of 4 comments by Trump that they say violated a judge's gag order barring him from attacking witnesses, jurors, and others close to the case. That is on top of a $9,000 fine the judge imposed on Tuesday related to 9 separate gag order violations. Before entering the courtroom this morning, Trump spoke to reporters in the hall. He commented about the pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses that have come under university and police crackdowns.
This is the radical left. This is a movement from the left, not from the right. The right is not your problem, despite what law enforcement likes to say.
Meanwhile, hundreds of police are dismantling barricades today at the UCLA campus after pro-Palestinian protesters refused to leave. Demonstrators reconstructed barricades after an attack by counter-protesters yesterday. Some people were detained and bound with zip ties. Arizona has almost completed the process of repealing the Civil War-era near-total abortion ban. Bloomberg's Ed Baxter has the story.
After the Senate passage, it just needs the governor's signature, and Katie Hobbs has supported it all along and posted right after the vote, "We are going to get rid of this awful law once and for all." Democratic State Senator Eva Birch says it is time.
I don't want us honoring laws about women written during a time when women were forbidden from voting because their voices were considered inferior to men.
When the process is done, Arizona will revert to the prior law, which allows abortion up to 15 weeks of pregnancy. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
Another infrastructure investment announcement from President Biden today. The money comes from the bipartisan infrastructure law and is part of the president's push to replace every lead pipe in the country within a decade. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex.
All right, thank you so much, Michael Barr. So one stock I'm watching, shocker, is Exxon and Pioneer. So Exxon is in a huge $60 billion deal to buy Pioneer Natural Resources. It's a Permian pure play. And the FTC was going to be ruling on this. There were questions as to how long it was going to take to get approval and if it would go through, etc. It looks as if the deal will go through, but on a condition. The condition is that Pioneer's co-founder and CEO, Scott Sheffield, will be not permitted to take a seat on Exxon's board. The reason, they say, is that they're accusing Scott Sheffield of communicating with OPEC and fellow U.S. producers about oil pricing and output, potentially driving up costs for consumers. Quote, past conduct makes it crystal clear he should be nowhere near Exxon's boardroom. American consumers shouldn't pay unfair prices at the pump simply to pad a corporate executive's pocketbook. Pioneer Natural Resources has responded today saying that Scott Sheffield believes the FTC's complaint reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of the U.S. and global oil markets and misreads the nature and intent of Mr. Sheffield's actions.
That is odd.
So the thing about Scott Sheffield is that he is a huge, outspoken name in the oil industry. That's why we, as journalists, love him, because you ask him a question and he'll tell you the answer. He's very outspoken. He retired once already. Then he went back to Pioneer. It's hard to understate how important he is to the overall industry.
Is he important to the Exxon board?
I mean, they're not pursuing it. I mean, they're letting it go. He already retired once. And let him go on vacay. But I think that Exxon will be fine without them. But
is he, like, I don't know this guy, but is he like what I would consider a Texas oil
100%.
person? Okay, good.
Not as much as Harold Hamm, but like definitely on that track. So that's highlighted in my world right now.
Great stuff. All right, we'll see. Excellent. Getting a deal done. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up, we got a busy hour here. I'm just looking at our lineup here. At 11:30 Wall Street time, we're going to have a simulcast. Cristiano Amon for Qualcomm. He's the CEO there. He's going to sit down with Bloomberg Technology anchors Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde. That's at the bottom of the hour. We're also waiting on President Biden. Presumably, he's going to make some comments from the White House on the campus issues and some of the riots there on the campuses, the unrest on the campuses. So we'll bring that to you as well. Plus, we're going to talk to Mark Gurman on Apple, maybe touch on Peloton a little bit. Mark Gurman is the Bloomberg news reporter out there in L.A. He breaks all the news on Apple, it seems like, so we're going to check in with him, see what's happening. But let's kick everything off here with Mr. Charlie Pellet and a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much, Paul Sweeney. We got stocks higher a day after Fed Chair Jay Powell's news conference. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all gaining. And the world's biggest technology companies are driving a rebound in stocks ahead of Apple's earnings after the close of trading. Apple shares right now, they are up by 1.3%. We've got the Dow in the green as well, up 168 now, up 0.4%. S&P up 19, higher by 0.4. The NASDAQ Composite Index up now by 0.7%. 10-year 4.62 with the 2-year at 4.91%. Spot gold down $14 the ounce to $23.05, a drop there of 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%. 78.68 right now for a barrel of WTI. Today's stock market advance comes a day after Fed Fed Chair Jay Powell said it is unlikely that the Fed's next move would be to raise rates. Mona Mahajan is senior investment strategist at Edward Jones.
We do think that there hasn't yet been signs that inflation is reaccelerating. That is the one thing that has given us some comfort. We think that they are biased to cut, and we do think at least one cut is coming later this year. Keep in mind, this is what's supposed to be a multi-year rate cutting cycle. So it wasn't just 2024. They had outlined 25, 26.
Mahajan was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. Carvana is reporting stronger earnings with revenue topping expectations. That stock ripping higher. Carvana up now by 38.5%. Again, Apple after the close of trading. Yes, we're going to be all over those numbers as they break Apple right now, up 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. All right, let's get some movers here, because there are some individual stocks that are making a lot of headlines. And for that, we want to go to Norma Linda joining us. You're looking at Etsy. That did not do well when it came to the macro read on the consumer.
Not at all. We are seeing those shares plunging for their biggest drop and lowest level in 4 years. Those shares are tumbling as much as 19%. Now, this is coming after it reported first quarter results after the closing bell yesterday, with all eyes on the company's gross merchandise sales miss. This is coming from weaker demand and fewer application downloads appearing to be the culprit. And its first quarter EPS was 48 cents, which fell short of the Wall Street's estimates of 49 cents per share. It appears that consumers are really trying to decide where they want to put their discretionary spending, and it doesn't seem to be coming toward Etsy.
Ooh, 52-week low today, off 15%. How about Peloton?
Moving over to Peloton, it's hitting a record low, sinking as much as 16%. Now, of course, we know this news comes after the CEO announced that it's planning to step down. He's planning to step down, and the company will cut its global workforce by 15%. The board said it's going to conduct a search to name a new replacement. But, of course, this is a big weight on the company that's already been down pretty far this year. We are seeing shares down as much as 54% year to date.
All right, Norma Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda, she covers all the equities for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We were just talking about Peloton. Nora was reporting on that. The stock's down 14%. A lot of news there. Switching out to CEO, that's never good. Let's check in with Mark Gurman. He is a Bloomberg News reporter based in Los Angeles. Mark, I know you did the reporting on this story. What's up with the CEO?
Yeah, Barry McCarthy, 2 years, he's out. I'm honestly surprised that he stayed this long. Nothing really to do with his age. He's in his 70s. He came out of retirement for this job. He used to be the CFO of Netflix and Spotify, but this was a tough turnaround job. His predecessor, John Foley, really left them in a hole. For those who don't remember, at the height of the pandemic, Peloton exploded, right? Everyone was buying bikes in order to work out at home when gyms were closed. And Foley and Peloton made this bet, which obviously in hindsight we know was a terrible bet, that gyms would continue to be closed, COVID would last forever, the pandemic would never end, nobody would leave their homes and apartments ever again. They built a bunch of bikes. You know, that's the bet they made, because they started building a facility in Ohio to build many more bikes. They invested and grew the company so quickly, right? And then when things started to reopen, Peloton fell flat on its face. They've had to lay off thousands and thousands of people. They had to restructure the whole company. And it was a hole that you couldn't really, dig yourself out of. McCarthy was able to get Peloton to free cash flow. But at this point, their share price is about $3 a share. Sales are down. They continue to miss their estimates. They continue to miss their own forecasts. Time for him to move on. And I think he made the prudent decision for himself, and I'm surprised it took this long.
So he was, you mentioned CEO of Netflix and Spotify, right? So he is the subscription-based guy.
Yeah.
So, right, CFO, sorry. So he's a subscription guy. So are we learning anything about what Peloton will do and how their business model will evolve?
Well, he's the outgoing CEO of Peloton, of course, and he did implement lots of subscription-based features into the company. One of the first things he did was a subscription model for Peloton hardware. So you could actually lease a Peloton versus paying $1,000, $1,500 outright for it. So that was a big thing he did. The other thing is they've expanded their content offerings. They've expanded their digital app tremendously, and these are all subscription-based products. So he's sort of turned it into a subscription. Now, you didn't ask me this, but I will make a projection of my own. I think that they're going to try to sell this thing now, right? Laying off more people, doing a $200 million restructuring. They have no CEO in place now. 2 of their board members are, taking over. A new board member, or one of their old board members, is becoming their new chairman. This would make a good fit for something like Amazon Prime or for Netflix, right? Your Netflix or Prime subscription get a little bit more valuable because it comes with fitness content. Maybe one of these companies could pull in all that content for under $1 billion. I think that's the smart move for Peloton's board at this point. Try to get rid of this thing.
Wow. All right, Mark, great stuff. Great reporting. Really appreciate you taking a few minutes of your time. Mark Gurman, talk about Peloton. I'm sure we're going to be speaking with Mark all the way throughout the day and tomorrow on the Apple numbers. He is the absolute ace on Apple reporting there. So we're just talking about Peloton. Tough situation, but as Mark suggested, maybe a sale to somebody. That would be interesting.
It would, wouldn't it?
I mean, pennies on the dollar. Here we go. We're going to go to the White House right now. President Biden is coming to the speaker. Let's go to Washington, D.C. President Biden.
Moments about what's going on our college campuses here. We've all seen the images, and they put to the test 2 fundamental American principles. Excuse me. The first is the right to free speech and for people to peacefully assemble and make their voices heard. The second is the rule of law. Both must be upheld. We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But, neither are we a lawless country. We are a civil society, and order must prevail. Throughout our history, we've often faced moments like this because we are a big, diverse, free-thinking, and freedom-loving nation. In moments like this, there are always those who rush in to score political points. But this isn't a moment for politics. It's a moment for clarity. So let me be clear. Peaceful protest in America. Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or to denying the rights of others so students can finish the semester and their college education. Look, it's basically a matter of fairness. It's a matter of what's right. There's the right to protest, but not the right to cause chaos. People have the right to get an education, the right to get a degree, the right to walk across the campus safely without fear of being attacked. But let's be clear about this as well. There should be no place on any campus, no place in America for anti-Semitism or threats of violence against Jewish students. There is no place for hate speech or violence of any kind, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or discrimination against Arab Americans or Palestinian Americans. It's simply wrong. There's no place for racism in America. It's all wrong. It's un-American. I understand people have strong feelings and deep convictions. In America, we respect the right and protect the right for them to express that. But it doesn't mean anything goes. It needs to be done without violence, without destruction, without hate, and within the law. You know, make no mistake, as president, I will always defend free speech, and I will always be just as strong in standing up for the rule of law. That's my responsibility to you, the American people, and my obligation to the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, have the protests forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you think the National Guard should intervene?
All right, that was President Joe Biden speaking at the White House. Forceful comments about the protest on campus, basically defending the right of free speech, but not a protest that result in damages and uncertainty and protests that shut down campuses. So taking a very, I think, pretty hard line on some of these issues that are the protests on campus here. So again, we got a few minutes from President Biden right there. Joining us here, Joe Matthew. He covers all of Washington, D.C. for us. He's actually in New York, so we grabbed him and pulled him in here. And Joe, I guess just listening to President Biden, I mean, he said kind of what I guess you thought he would say, should say, which is, yes, we're defending free speech, but there is a point that you don't cross in terms of disruption.
Yeah, he's straddling a real thin line here, and he's getting criticism from both sides on this. We didn't know he'd make these remarks this morning, which is really interesting, Paul, because the White House announced yesterday that he'd be delivering a speech on this next week at a Holocaust memorial service, and people thought, okay, that's going to be the venue. He's not going to a place like Columbia, where some have urged him to go to, but it really speaks to the pressure that he's feeling right now to have to make a statement like that from the White House before he leaves today. And we'll see how this resonates. Just a day after this anti-Semitism bill passed the House, Paul, is pretty controversial in the way that it expands the definition of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, so that's been an issue for at the local level, around the country, now at the federal level, President Joe Biden weighing in here. In D.C., Joe, what are the key things that you're watching these days?
Gosh, well, at this point, beyond this matter, and this is something that's actually occupying a lot of attention in Washington right now, and we're going to have more heads of universities being pulled to town to testify. Remember how that went for MIT and Harvard? Now it's going to be Yale, University of Michigan, UCLA, and after what you've seen on the campus of UCLA, that's going to be an interesting conversation. As you just heard from the president, it's not going to impact Israel policy. The one we're looking at here that has nothing to do with Israel is the FAA reauthorization.
Okay.
Next week, it expires. Things haven't been going great in the airline business, as you know, with wheels falling off.
Wait, what does that mean,
my God.
reauthorization FAA? What is
well,
that?
you have to go through this to fund the agency and allow it to invest in safety. This is actually going to shore up safety in many cases.
We want that.
We're avoiding collisions on the runways and so forth. By the way, they're adding 10 flights to National Airport in Washington, which is already bursting at the seams, and that's thought to not necessarily be super welcome. But there are questions about what might be attached to it, and there's a big Bloomberg story there as the stablecoin legislation that has been in the mix for months and months and months, if it emerges, could be attached to this FAA bill. So if stablecoin happens, this might be the one vehicle to get it passed.
Okay, so let's go to politics here. What's the feeling in D.C. about how this, process, this campaign is going to unfold over the summer here? I mean, because we've got a former president sitting in a New York City courtroom. We've got the current president with lots on his plate. How do you think this is going to play out in Washington?
Well, in terms of the presidential campaign, you're going to watch it play out in Lower Manhattan here, apparently. He's back in court today. That's going to be a huge hallmark of what's happening here. We're talking about Donald Trump's legal saga just as much as we are his standing in the race, although you can't seem to untie the two. The president's got a real issue on his hands with these campus protests. This is his biggest concern right now, even as he enjoys a little bit of a tailwind with the abortion issue that has been unfolding in a really kind of interesting way for him after what we saw in Arizona and Florida yesterday, a 6-week ban taking effect. That's the one issue that seems to be propelling Joe Biden right now, while so many others, including the economy, weigh him down.
Going to the protests. So let's play this out. The protests sort of continue in some form or fashion until the election. What do those students do? Do they vote for Trump? Do they stay home? I mean, what is the administration's biggest fear with that?
I think it's more the latter. These don't look like Trump voters so much.
So they stay home.
The idea is that, he needed the youth vote to win in 2020. He needs college towns like Madison, like Manhattan even, and a place like Columbia. If they decide not to show up, think of how close some of these states were, especially Michigan. That could actually be a difference maker. He's talking a lot about marijuana all of a sudden this week and some other things that they're hoping might get the attention of the young voter. But we'll see how much, there's a lot of noise in the air right now with these protests. We'll see how much this actually has to do with young voters in November.
Will there be or multiple presidential debates, do you think?
Boy, that's a good one right now. We could take.
I just don't know how that's going to go.
I have to admit, I can't imagine how the commission has dates. They have locations. I'm not sure. I feel like Joe Biden, they both want to do it. I don't know if their people want them to do it. But how do you look? You guys are in broadcasting and you do this every day. How do you live fact check Donald Trump?
You can't.
In a presidential debate. And if you can't, then why would you debate him if he's not going to follow the rules? That's the problem we have right now.
All right, very good. Joe Matthew, thank you so much for coming
Absolutely.
on
Nice
short
to see you.
notice. Literally saw him walking by the studio
Grabbed
as the
him.
president was finishing up. We said, boy, that's serendipitous. So we got Joe Matthew again covering it all. And again, Balance of Power coming up at 12 noon with Joe and his team there. So again, President Biden saying, defending free speech, but saying, hey, we got to draw the line. And when you break the law, the law will be enforced.
It just feels like it's been a minute since the protests have started, and I wonder why it just took so long for him to say anything, and sort of like what that look is then.
Yeah, I tell you, I was looking at, as we came in, started surveillance this morning, getting some of that video footage from UCLA, breaking up that situation, that protest, and the police went in there with force. Maybe they looked at and saw what happened, how the New York NYPD did it and was successful, and said followed suit. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Quick look at these markets here. S&P 500 finding a little bit of a bid out there here late morning trading, up about 0.5%. The Nasdaq's up about 0.9%. So some green on the screen. Earnings coming in fast and furious. Of course, the market's really going to be focusing after the close tonight on the earnings from Apple Computer. The expectations are low, I'll say. And how often do you say that?
Apple Computer.
Oh, Apple, yeah.
What are you,
old
100,000 years old?
Old school Apple Computer. This is Bloomberg.
news, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, yes, the Russell 2000, all pushing higher. Part of a broad-based rally today. The world's biggest tech companies, though, driving the rebound ahead of Apple's earnings after the close of trading. And Wall Street, of course, gearing up for tomorrow morning's jobs report. Apple ahead of earnings, up now by 1.5%. S&P up 23, higher by 0.5%. The S&P 500 index at 5,042. The Dow up 221, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 126 now, up by about 0.8%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.60% with a 2-year 4.91%. Spot gold down $15 the ounce. So right now, gold lower by 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil lower today at $78.76 a barrel. WTI down now by about 0.1%. Peloton International shares lower by 12.5%. Peloton Interactive, I should say, says CEO Barry McCarthy is stepping down as the company undergoes a major restructuring that will reduce its global workforce by 15% in an effort to slash costs. Again, Peloton Interactive trading lower by just about 12.7%. Recapping, S&P up 24 now, up by 0.5%. 10-year 4.60%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pella, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're also streaming live on YouTube as well, so you can check us out, youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast. All right, today we are joined by Jason Kelly, chief correspondent for Bloomberg Originals and executive producer of a new podcast. It's called The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly. On this week's episode of The Deal, Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly speak with tennis champion Serena Williams about the early deals that shaped her career and how she hopes to transform the investing world with Serena Ventures. Let's take a listen.
You have to be able to play the game whether you're investing or whether you are in sport. It's who plays the game the best. And some of the greatest businessmen and investors play the game better than someone who actually might be better and smarter.
All right, that was Serena Williams, the great Serena Williams. Speaking with Jason Kelly as part of the podcast, The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly. Joining us this morning is Jason. Jason, fascinating discussion. I can't wait to listen to it. What are some of your key takeaways when sitting down with, I think, the greatest tennis player of all time?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, guys, certainly, one that definitely shined my shoes for. I mean, Serena, truly, the greatest of all time. And, she and Alex have a really nice, warm relationship. So that was fun to be a part of. I think my main takeaway was how deliberate she's been about her business from a very early age and how her father really empowered her. We know a lot about, King Richard Williams, her dad, and everything he did on the tennis court for them in and around tennis, but really empowering her and her sister Venus to take care of their own money, get them a seat at the table, and, she's never looked back.
Where are you, Jason?
Oh, don't go there.
I'm in Miami.
He's in Miami. Why is he in Miami?
What?
I'll tell you why he's in Miami.
Oh, okay.
The F1 race is being run this weekend in Miami, and all the hobnob with all the A-list people, Jason Kelly.
I see. So really his background is not real. Like after this, he's going to walk out into the porch.
South Beach,
to the South Beach.
I mean, I confess I am looking out at the Atlantic Ocean right now.
Right, exactly. Fair enough. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that for me. I'm looking forward to your sunburn/tan when you come back next week.
A lot of sunscreen on this bald head, Alex. We got to take care of it.
Dude, you're preaching the choir on this one. So what did their father how did they do that? Like anyone can say to a kid, hey, take care of your money, be responsible for your own stuff. But that's not going to really cut it. How did Serena take it and run with it?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I mean, so here's a key thing, and we get into this in detail in this episode that Richard and Serena did together. Her first major deal was with Puma. This was, the shoe deal and candidly the apparel deal that really set everything on course for her because Puma was the brand that really empowered her to be her on the court and also just gave her a lot of latitude and a lot of say. And one of the things, and she tells this great story about how in the negotiations there, they went late into the night, and her father insisted that she stay at the table physically, not go into another room. Like 1 a.m, she's at the table. She's literally falling asleep, but she's there. And I think that really instilled in her this notion of, I, the principal, have to be intimately involved. Now, she has built a phenomenal team around her, but one of the things she really made clear was every key decision she makes, everything that is really of import, she wants to weigh in on. And so that just infuses all that she's done. She goes on to do a huge deal with Nike. You know, she's done lots of big endorsements over the years. And she's also really quite literally taken ownership and understood that it's one thing to endorse. It's another thing to be, you know, really, I mean, to get real Bloombergy about it, to be part of the cap table, to be, you know, to really have skin in the game.
What do you think's next for her? What are her plans for the coming years? I know she's also a mother, but what are her plans on the business investing side?
So Serena Ventures is, I think, the main platform that she really has. It's a venture capital firm. It builds on some angel investing that she had done. And her main goal there is to really radically change investing the way that she radically changed tennis. And that's about representation. It is about who is at the table. And so they have really, she and her team have made a real effort to invest in companies that have female founders, that have founders of color. The numbers are staggeringly low, as you know, when it comes to where venture money goes. It's about 2% to founders who are women, and it's about 1% to Black founders. She wants to change that. About 65 to 70% of the investments they're making are in companies that are run by either women or people of color. So she's changing the equation there. She's got a lot of ambition. You know, she's looked at sports investing. Her husband, Alexis Ohanian, but he really led the investment. Their investors in Angel City Football Club. Right. I would not be surprised to see her do some more in sports in some form or fashion.
All right, very good. Jason, really appreciate it. Jason Kelly, Bloomberg News. The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly airs on the Bloomberg Original Stream, 9 p.m. every Thursday, and on Bloomberg Television, 7 p.m. Eastern Time every Friday. Great stuff with the great Serena Williams. That would be a fascinating discussion. She's you know, really had an amazing career on the court, and now it seems like she's going to have an amazing career off the court.
Well, also, I love the idea, too, that she didn't sacrifice sort of who she was or her personality for it either. You know, like you could say, okay, you're going to be dictated by all these finance guys, and they weren't.
Cristiano Amon, Qualcomm CEO, speaking now live with Bloomberg technology anchors Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde. Let's take a listen in.
Welcome to our Bloomberg television and radio audiences worldwide. Qualcomm stock significantly higher, around 10%. The story, things look like they're improving in the smartphone market globally. And within that, there's a lot of nuance. There is specific action in China, and there's strength also for the chips that go into cars in the automotive sector. Delighted to say that Qualcomm CEO, Cristiano Amon, joins us now. Good morning to you, Cristiano. And let's start with China. What you guys said is that sales to Chinese handset makers surged 40% in the first half. But I wonder what the story behind that is in the end market. What's happening, particularly with Android-based platforms, for the Chinese consumer?
Very good. Good morning to you as well. It's a great morning, I think, today. But look, the story on handsets in China, it's pretty simple. We've seen the market had stabilized. We had said about that a couple quarters ago. And users are buying better phones. It's really, for us, a story of flagship and high tiers within the Android, especially a lot of those flagships that are launching with Gen AI. I think we see the very beginning of Gen AI coming to devices. And that actually drove, you know, a lot of the growth. And it's 40%. Not only in this quarter, but actually expected to have the same in the next. As we look at the guide, it has been a good story as the smartphone market stabilizes, and the Android flagship has stayed resilient.
Cristiano, as you know and our audience knows, we will talk about on-device when it comes to generative AI. Let's just linger a moment longer on China. It looks like some of the domestic players that are Android-based are gaining market share against Apple and the iPhone. You see that in the IDC data. You see it in the Counterpoint research data. If that is the case, where the domestic players are gaining that market share, what does it mean for Qualcomm?
Look, the way you should think about our position in China in the handset market, we have been very focused on the premium and high tier with Snapdragon. So when an Android OEM from our customers, Xiaomi, Oppo, OnePlus, Honor, Vivo, when they're selling a flagship device, we have a lot of content. Not only we have the modem content, but we have a lot of the application processor, the AI engine. So that has been a positive development, and that's what is being driving the content increase and the ASP increase, especially when the mix changes to a premium device. The fact that the Android flagship in China with the Chinese OEMs had been stable, proven to be resilient, and see positive momentum as the mix get richer. Chinese users are buying a better phone. That's a good story for Qualcomm, and it's reflected in the numbers.
Is there any anxiety from a geopolitical perspective, Cristiano? You've obviously weathered the fact that you're only in Huawei 4G phones now. You're actually seeing basically ultimately revenue pull away by the end of this year for Huawei. But the geopolitical context is clear. How difficult is it to you to be so dependent on China?
Look, the first thing I want to say is our business is not just China. And I think what happened with the smartphone, this is a phenomenon globally. I think you even saw Samsung, when they talk about it in their earnings call, they have a commentary about the device AI opportunity for flagships. It's real. So the second part is the way we think about everything is if you have a leadership position in technology, you're going to have a big business in China. It's just a function of the size of the market. And I think that's being true not only for Qualcomm, for a lot of other companies that have leadership product position. And to this point, I think we have been seeing our business in China continue to be a stable business. We have not been restricted, but like everybody else in the industry, you have to monitor the situation. I think this is how we have to navigate in the semiconductor industry, but we're happy with the results we have right now.
Let's go, therefore, to the technology that is winning out. And you talk about AI on device. How are people using it? You've got a Snapdragon 8 Series Gen 3 mobile platform that's really meant to be supporting generative AI at the moment, basically with a personal assistant potentially. But how is that a reality for any or many?
Look, I love talking about this, and I wish I had a lot of time. So I'm going to try to summarize it in just a few minutes. The first thing that is happening, you need to think about AI running on the cloud and the device as a new way of doing computing. And we're just at the very beginning of the use cases. So right now, we can see, for example, multiple tens of use cases. And I expect that within 6 months from now will be hundreds, if not more. What are people doing with it? You see some use cases of live translate. You can watch a video. You can add a subtitle in any language you want. You can do a lot of real-time photo editing. You can change a lot of the images with the way you like it. You can create new images. You can summarize documents. But the most important thing is the other thing that it's going to bring to phones. I'm going to give you a point to an example. More and more, you do more things on the phone today. But there are things that you're going to think about it. You know what? I have to respond to this very long email. I'd rather wait until I get to my laptop. When you think about a Microsoft Copilot in the phone, for example, you're going to see a lot more use of those devices. We're going to see much more productivity. So we're at the beginning of something great. It's going to take some time. Use cases are developing. You should think about this will happen with the smartphone. In the beginning, there's just a few apps in the App Store. But then, all of a sudden, the app started to define the user experience. That's how we feel about AI. We're at the beginning. It's going to take a little bit of time, but the signs are great.
For our Bloomberg television and radio audiences worldwide, we're speaking to the Qualcomm CEO, Cristiano Amon, and I think you summed it up well, Cristiano. We're in the very early stages of a world where we're running 10 billion parameter models locally on device on the smartphone side. But we're already talking about the AI PC, right? You guys have your latest generation, which will come to market Snapdragon 10 Elite and Plus. And it's very impressive. Combination of CPU, GPU, NPU. Give me a minute, we'll talk about NPU. But I still think a lot of people struggle to say, what am I going to do sitting in a cafe running a $10 billion parameter model while I have a cappuccino? Like, what's the actual real-world use case?
Okay. You know, we could not be more excited about what's happened in PC. I really think PC is reborn with the Snapdragon X Elite. And it's not only because of the performance, but because actually AI. By the way, we can run 20 billion parameter on the X Elite. It's evolving very, very fast. But the use cases are really incredible. Think about now this AI running all the time. Everything you're doing on your PC, it is running, and it's private. It's your data, it's your use. The AI is learning about you. It's trying to understand your intent. And we starting to see right now with the Microsoft Copilot that you can use the Copilot for everything, for PowerPoint, for Excel, for Word, for email. But there's much more. The AI is helping you recall documents that you have that you've seen or you have on your computer. It's going to help you do things, going to reminding of things that you have to do, or even it's going to help you with tasks that you need. You don't know how to do it, and they will help you one step at a way. That's going to change how we use our computers. And the interesting thing is, how do you do this in a way that you don't compromise battery life? A CPU and a GPU have a job to do. And that's why when you buy a PC today, you want a fast CPU and a fast GPU. But you need a whole new engine that needs to do something else. It needs to do it all the time and not compromise battery life. That's the Qualcomm story.
And what is the market share story of Qualcomm? We've been hearing a lot about other competitors getting into the AI PC space.
I think this is the great story for Qualcomm because we're new. We're just entering the market. I think we're going to see a lot of the devices coming up in the second half of this year. I encourage everybody to watch the Microsoft build and the incredible things they're doing with the new Windows. And I think what's going to happen is Qualcomm is coming in with the leadership product. We like the design traction. Financially, that's going to be more of a fiscal 25 event because a lot of the laptops are going to be in the shelves for the second half and back to school. But the product momentum is great. And here's how you should think about Qualcomm market share in general. One thing about the company, and it's been the history of the company, everything that we set ourselves to do, the track record is actually not bad. When we entered the Wi-Fi, we became number one. We entered the RF front end, we became number one. Automotive, we said we're going to go into automotive. I think our story there is very, very good. We're becoming the preferred partner of the industry. We said we're going to enter the metaverse. We have every single design. Now we're saying we're going to enter the PC, and we started off the gate with the leadership in the product. So, you know, as we continue to execute, time is going to show that we can gain share and can be a significant player. After that, it's going to be industrial as we continue to execute on the growth and diversification of the company.
Fighting Talk, Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon. We thank you for bringing the energy today.
All right, that was Cristiano Amon. He is the CEO of Qualcomm. Speaking with Bloomberg's technologies anchors Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde, Qualcomm put up a good number, good earnings, stock trading significantly higher. Qualcomm up about 10% today here, hitting a 52-week high. Market capitalization, $201 billion. So another chip stock really benefiting from the growth in technology and AI spend. Right now, let's get a little bit of a reset here. We'll check in with the Bloomberg Business Flash with Mr. Charlie Bell.
I thank you very much, Paul Sweeney. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the green today. This ahead of Apple after the close of trading. Right now, the S&P is at 5,035, up 17 points. A gain right now of 0.3%. Apple, by the way, up by 1.4%. Dow Industrials up 157, up 0.4%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 108, higher now by 0.7%. Wall Street, of course, also gearing up for Friday's jobs report. The 10-year, 4.59%, with the 2-year now at 4.90%. Spot gold down $14 the ounce to $23.04. That is a drop of 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%, $78.93 a barrel on WTI. Fresh data suggests U.S. inflation could remain elevated. With that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Unit labor costs rose the most in a year during the first quarter as productivity moderated. Minimum wages are up in 25 states and the District of Columbia. The U.S. labor market is still tight, potentially adding to business costs. Weekly jobless claims held steady at a historic low. The same goes for the total number of workers on unemployment. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Apollo Global Management reporting higher first quarter profit as the firm rakes in more management fees and originated a record $40 billion of private credit. Apollo up by 4.5%. Again, all eyes on Apple after the close of trading. Apple right now up 1.4%. A headline from the Bloomberg terminal, Argentina cutting central bank rates to 50%. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pello, thank you so much. We appreciate that. In our C-Suite segment today, a really unique story. The company's name is Zoetis, animal health care. And we talk about animal health care and therapeutics. We're talking companion animals like dogs, cats, and horses, but also livestock, cattle, hogs, all that kind of good stuff. You got to get medicine to these animals, and Zoetis does it. Joining us today is Whitney Joseph, Chief Financial Officer of Zoetis. ZTS is the ticker symbol to load into your Bloomberg terminal. The good news is they're up 7% today on some good earnings. The company's got a market cap of $77.5 billion, so a significant global player in the world of healthcare for animals. Whitney, thanks so much for joining us here. Just give us a little bit greater flavor about what you guys do at Zoetis. What's the story and what's kind of the growth outlook for you guys?
Thanks for having me, Paul. Great to be with you today. Yeah, Zoetis is the leading animal health company in the world, and we lead our industry in innovation, have demonstrated an ability through our diverse and durable portfolio of products, as well as our market-leading innovation to actually grow faster than the market. And as you described, we have a part of our business, which is about 2/3 of our business, is really advancing care for pets, so cats and dogs and horses also are companion animals. And then our livestock business is really production animals around the world. And we just delivered an outstanding quarter. We grew our top line 12% operationally and grew our adjusted net income 15% operationally on the back of this really resilient industry that we operate in and the innovation that we lead with.
Typically, people tend to say, hey, you know what, anything to do with pets is recession-proof, right? Because, like, I won't eat, but my pet will. Is that the same in your business? You laugh, but true.
I know.
You know, pet owners would agree with you, actually. We actually have survey after survey, and we see it in our numbers and our results as well. But we have survey after survey that proves this. And about 86% of pet owners in a very broad survey indicated that they would spend whatever it takes if their pet needed extensive veterinary care. And we did a market study also where we gave a hypothetical to pet owners and we said, look, if you had a 20% reduction in your budget, what would that do to how much you spend on your pet health? And the answer is nothing. They would not reduce it. So pet owners at large see this. And, you know, I've been in the industry now for about 3 years. And what's been really interesting is this is not just a phenomenon in the U.S. or in European markets. We see it across emerging markets as well. So it's really phenomenal.
So, Whitney, I'm looking at Wall Street forecasts on the Bloomberg terminal here for your company. Look at about 6 to 7% revenue growth in each of the next 3-4 years. What are the components of the top line revenue growth for your company?
Yeah, look, we have really multiple sources of growth. We have our companion animal portfolio, which continues to grow, which are innovative products like we do in dermatology. So our key derm franchise is actually $1.4 billion. And we essentially really shaped that market over the last decade. We have parasiticides, which is the biggest segment of the market. It's north of $6 billion in terms of market. And that segment is really growing for us. And we are the market leader in terms of triple combination products that tackle fleas, ticks, and heartworm. And we posted growth in that segment today, really outstanding growth, including our Trio product, which grew 61%. And so those two areas are $2 billion franchises that we have. Wow. And the $3 billion franchise that we are launching, we launched actually 3 years ago in Europe and just recently launched in the U.S. is osteoarthritis pain, which we believe is a market that is poised for our innovation that we've launched. And we believe those products, both for cats and dogs, will be north of $1 billion in peak sales for us, which is essentially within the first 3 to 5 years after launch. And in that segment, also, we saw tremendous growth in this quarter.
What's competition like Who are your main competitors?
So look, our main competitors are other animal health companies. So for example, Boehringer Ingelheim is a private company that has human health as well as animal health business. Merck Animal Health is another one that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with. They have an animal health business as well. And then Elanco is also a publicly traded company that has animal health offerings. We are the largest among our competitors, and we also lead with innovation in terms of the products that we come out with. I mentioned dermatology, for example. I just mentioned osteoarthritis pain. These are areas of significant unmet need that we really take our purpose-driven colleagues and our capabilities around innovation to really look for meaningful innovation that changes the standard of care for animals. And we tend to lead and be first in market, and that tends to drive the rest of our industry as well. So these are the main competitors that we have, but we're by far the leader in terms of innovation in our space.
And Alex, you'll be happy to know that this is another New Jersey success story. Parsippany, New Jersey. How about that? Whitney, I look at your business. Boy, you guys are truly global. About 53% of your revenue comes the U.S. and about 45-46% comes international. Talk to us about the growth outlook for the U.S. versus non-U.S.
So we actually see really great balanced growth across our business. We are in 100 countries. So if you look at our international segment, for example, it grew 8% operationally in the quarter, while the U.S. led the way, particularly with companion animal growing globally 20%. The U.S. grew about 16% on the quarter, but we saw 8% growth in our international segment as well. So as we look out, if you look at the market globally, we are in Brazil, we're in Australia, we're in China, we're of course across Europe, and so very, very global in nature. And we are introducing our innovation across all of those markets, so that tends to drive it. And really, the U.S. is our largest, as you mentioned, 53%. Tends to be a little bit more companion animal heavy. So the U.S. is about 75% companion animal, give or take, whereas companion animal globally is about 2/3 of the company, with the other third being production animals. Outside the U.S., it tends to be almost balanced. So a little bit, I would say companion animals just slightly over 50%, with the rest being livestock. And we do see growth across our emerging markets as well. And we're also in a lot of different species. So I talk about companion animal, but across livestock, we are, of course, in cattle, we're in poultry, we're in swine, we're in aqua, so fish, particularly in markets like Chile and Norway, et cetera.
I didn't even think about it. I mean, great stuff. Whitney Joseph, great story. Thanks for taking the time to joining us. Whitney Joseph, he's a chief financial officer. Zoetis is the name of the company, located in Parsippany, New Jersey. Fascinating story. $75 billion market cap. I mean, it's a huge company. About $8.5 billion of revenue. It's one of those companies you never heard of until you're like, oh yeah. I mean, there's got to be somebody doing this stuff.
Yeah.
And sure enough, there is. And it's truly a global business.
Well, especially as we need more protein to feed the rest of the world as the world keeps growing, right? And it won't all be like Impossible Burgers. You actually need the fish, you need the cows, you need the pigs. Like, how do you keep them healthy? How do you advance that so we're not running on any kind of shortage? I thought it was very interesting also.
Total ecosystem play there.
Do you have a pet?
What's that?
Do you have a pet?
No. Never had a pet.
I can see that about Paul.
Yeah, I know. What can I tell you?
He had 4 kids, though, so there's
offset
it evens out.
S&P 500 up 0.4%. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got Carvana shares ripping higher by 34%. This morning, Carvana reported stronger earnings with revenue topping expectations as the company digs into its restructuring plan and regains sales momentum. For Carvana, the results are a sign that it may be moving past a period of restructuring and into a better position to grow the business. Again, Carvana up by 33.6%. Moderna is reporting a narrower loss than Wall Street expected as cost cuts help to offset a steep decline in its COVID business. The Cambridge-based biotech is hoping to get approval for its RSV vaccine in coming days to fill that COVID gap. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel says he is not concerned about data that suggests it does not last as long as rival shots from Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline.
If you look at the data, the duration of the other vaccines, they are very similar. So I don't think it is scientifically correct to say that one of the vaccine doesn't last as long as the other ones. Of the two that are approved and ours, if you look at the data. This will be debated at the CDC meeting at the end of June at the recommendations. So this doesn't worry me.
And he was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. After earnings, Moderna shares up now by 7%. Peloton Interactive says CEO Barry McCarthy is stepping down as the company undergoes a major restructuring that will reduce its workforce by 15% in an effort to slash costs. The fitness company says the board will conduct a search to name a replacement. Peloton shares, they are down now by 13.5%. And those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, happy Friday Eve, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We cover all the top financial and economic news for you through our lens, which are amazing Bloomberg Intelligence analysts. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries worldwide. We also get you updated on world and national news. And for that, we go to Michael Barr. Michael?
Your company news. Thank you very much, Alex, Paul, and Charlie. President Joe Biden spoke about student protests over the war in Gaza today, breaking days of silence as police crack down on campus encampments.
Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest.
Tension at colleges and universities. It's been building for days as some demonstrators refuse to remove encampments. At UCLA, police in tactical gear moved in on protesters this morning. Some demonstrators left, others did not. This student demonstrator supports the Palestinians.
Police uphold the system of oppression, and obviously it's not right. They're just upholding the status quo. So we need to resist, and we need to keep protesting, and that's the only way change will be made.
Former LAPD police officer and former Los Angeles City Council member Dennis Zine said the encampment will be cleared, and those who did not voluntarily leave will face the consequences.
What we see happening is the methodical process of clearing the encampment, arresting the individuals, and you'll start seeing those arrests and the plastic cuffs placed on the individuals, and they'll all be going to jail.
Former Officer Zine spoke to CBS. Prosecutors in the hush money trial of former President Donald Trump are seeking additional sanctions over his out-of-court comments. A hearing took place this morning as the court is listening to testimony from the lawyer for porn actor Stormy Daniels. Keith Davidson represents Daniels, who says she had sexual encounters with the former president. The trial is in a brief recess right now. President Joe Biden, including ally Japan, along with rivals China and Russia, in a list of countries he's called xenophobic. In a speech at a campaign fundraising event in Washington, Biden reiterated remarks he made last month linking China's economic woes to its unwillingness to accept immigration. Global news, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Time back to go to Paul, Alex, and Charlie.
All right, thank you so much, Michael Barr. So I heard you guys talking on radio earlier with John Tucker and Tom Keene about how hard it is to get reservations in New York, And how getting reservations for restaurants in New York has always been really hard, but it's kind of getting out of control post-COVID. This is based on a New Yorker article that I was just scrolling through.
Yeah, I guess, you can get people to kind of do it for you, I guess. I don't know.
So let me get this straight. So I want to go to a restaurant, so you stand in line or you do all the legwork, and then I pay you for the reservation.
Yes, apparently. Yes.
And then I have to go buy the food at the restaurant.
Yes. And, I mean, I guess this is a function of people are still spending big time on experiences and services and things like that, whether it's a cruise or whether it's, a hotel or a plane, including restaurants. And Tom Keene is my barometer of the New York restaurant scene because he goes out and he reports back and he says wherever he goes, it's packed. So,
Although it is really funny to have you ever been around people who assume they're going to get tables and go into a restaurant and then they don't?
Wah wah.
It's really funny to watch that go down. But I have to tell you, so I worked at Michael's for a few years.
You did?
I worked
That
in
is
restaurants
the
forever.
go-to media place.
That's right. It's the go-to media place, particularly when it comes to lunch. Lunch was the big thing.
Power lunch.
Man, that system was set up. You had a reservation booklet where you typed in someone's name and it was prefer table 1, they need their salad like this, you need to do these. It was full on catering to the business media crowd. And where you sat and where you ranked was where you sat in the restaurant. The closer to the front, the more important you were.
Yes, exactly. And I went there, I don't know, a dozen times in my career, always as the guest, and as a guest of a media mogul. And it was interesting to see the different seats. And then you'd see your competitors, other media investment bankers in there with their clients. It was very fun.
Yeah, well, when was the last time you went?
Oh, a long time ago, before the pandemic. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a possibility that I sat you there 20 plus years ago.
Exactly. Balance of Power, Joe Matthew. Oh my goodness, he's in our New York studio. It starts now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Joe Biden says the campus protest will not change his policy on Israel. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president directly addresses the protest today, engulfing campuses around the country, which we will discuss ahead with Bloomberg White House correspondent Josh Wingrove in Washington. We'll get the latest on a possible ceasefire in Israel from Bloomberg's national security expert Nick Wadhams and the reaction in Congress from Bloomberg's Mike Dorning. Our political panel today, analysis from Lisa Camuso-Miller, Republican strategist, former communications director for the RNC, and Democratic political scientist Lincoln Mitchell, all ahead. After we check on Wall Street, we get started right now here in New York with Charlie Pell.
I thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Side by side, big warm welcome to New York. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all pushing higher. We got Apple after the close of trading today. Apple ahead of earnings, up by 1.7%. Yes, we're going to be all over those numbers as they break. Count on Bloomberg for the first word. We've got the S&P up 23 right now at 5,041, up 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 185, also up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 145, a gain there of 0.9%. 10-year 4.59% with a 2-year yielding 4.90%. Gold down $20 the ounce, down 0.9%, and a retreat for crude today down 0.6%, 78.54 for a barrel of WTI. Today's stock market advance comes a day after Fed Chair Jay Powell said it is unlikely that the Fed's next move will be to raise rates. Peter Cheer is head of macro strategy at Academy Securities. He told us we could see a cut at the Fed's next meeting.
I think we're going to struggle on the data. I think we probably get a few good prints that probably gives the market hope that we go back to 2 cuts. So I'm still stuck in the 2 camp. I think he still wants something in June, July.
Peter Cheer interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television. Again, the 10-year, 4.59%, that 2-year, 4.90%. Apple coming up after the close of trading. There is a low bar and big buyback expectations. Apple ahead of earnings, up 1.7%. Balance of Power continues now. Live from New York, once again, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, great. What a treat side by side, as you said here. I feel like we're in a buddy movie, like we could just keep driving right off the cliff together.
And as always, a busy day for me and
Yes.
a very busy day for you with a
Well,
lot
that's
of
true.
balls in the air.
Well, yeah, it's pretty cool. We're typically a couple of 100 miles apart. So cheers. You're going to be back, of course, with another look at Wall Street. What happens when Apple reports? Again, the building shakes, right? The whole building shakes.
And yeah, I mean, literally, we're all over this. I mean, it is one of the biggest stocks, broad interest. Everybody either has an Apple phone or a non-Apple phone, so everybody cares about what comes out of Apple.
Great to see you, Charlie Pellet. He's the best. The voice of the New York subway. I heard his voice even in the elevator. You can't hide from Charlie when you're on Manhattan Island. We've got a lot to talk about here. We heard from the president just a short time ago. You listened to it on Bloomberg Radio. You saw it on YouTube. That was not on the schedule when we went to bed last night. The president leaving town, but had to address the situation on college campuses around the country. The headline on the terminal: Biden warns against violence in student protests over Gaza. He says order must prevail. He spoke to the right to protest, the First Amendment right to protest, but also that he would not stand for anti-Semitism on these campuses. And there is a lot to talk about here with Josh Wingrove, because as we have discussed most recently, this is a real weakness for Joe Biden, politically speaking, as he runs for re-election here. We don't have a ceasefire yet, and we have a very major situation at home. Josh, it's great to see you with us from Washington, of course. What prompted the president to speak this morning? We were just told yesterday he would be talking from a Holocaust memorial service next week, and it sure speaks to the pressure, I'm assuming, that he's feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Both the sort of domestic pressure as president to deal with this and the overlay for the campaign, which has real questions about turnout among young voters, among voters of color, including black voters who are expressing concern consistently in polls about the situation in Gaza, and of course among Arab Americans and Muslim Americans who have been paying close attention, obviously, to this. Now, when presidents make these statements, the kind of base expectation is, are they going to kind of sit on the fence between both sides? Are they going to lean one way or another? Biden leaned pretty heavily against these protests that have turned violent. Now, let me look into my Apple phone, with all respect to Charlie, and just read out this quote: vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is peaceful protests, is what Biden is saying. So pretty strongly coming down against these encampments and these conflicts that we've seen with protesters, for instance, barricading or restricting students, in particular Jewish students, from being able to access their classes. But the issue here is sort of Joe Biden is not always been sort of the biggest protest guy, as our friends at Politico wrote yesterday, and a good piece of people should check out. But more broadly here, they have warning signs on voter turnout. They have warning signs on the issue of Gaza. They have warning signs on young voters. All this is coming to a head.
Interesting moment as he finished his remarks, walked away from the podium, and as always, got a question. He chose to answer it with one word, and the question is really, this is the news today, right? Are the protests? We know how Joe Biden feels about the First Amendment and anti-Semitism, I think, but will the protests change your policy in Israel? He said simply no. Is that all we need to hear, Josh?
Yeah, he also was asked, well, should we send in the National Guard to deal with some of this? And he said no to that as well. He's essentially saying, look, I'm not going to change course. Now, to level set what the course is right now, they're, of course, building that pier to try to get more aid into Gaza. They're pressuring Israel. They've been raising the pressure on Israel, of course, for critics of the president. It's not been enough for Prime Minister Netanyahu to hold back. So we'll see where all this goes. But Biden is essentially saying he's not been stirred by these protests. He's not changing course. He doesn't also think that escalation and or what could be an escalation in terms of sending in the National Guard is needed. You know, I think it just speaks to this became something that he couldn't kind of just let unfold without addressing it. They just didn't have runway to, you know, address it next week. So that's what led him to go to the podium today. Didn't want to take a lot of questions, though, Joe. You're right. Just a couple of no's and out the door.
Yeah, it was efficient. What can you tell us about the speech next week? Lastly, why the choice for this venue next week, and what's he going to say now that we've just done this?
I think we'll see similar themes. We saw also today him talking about that anti-Semitism has no place in America. Of course, there have been sort of isolated incidents, difficult to know the scale of these protesters targeting in particular Jewish students, restricting in particular Jewish students, or asking people whether they're Zionists or not. I think you're going to see the president push back very strongly on that, and I do think that's more of a matter of just like how Joe Biden feels and the necessary sort of political overlay on it. But poll after poll after poll is showing weakness for Biden among young voters, and conversely, strength among older voters. Things are really topsy-turvy right now. The Bloomberg Morning Consult poll shows Biden losing in 6 of 7 swing states at the last iteration. So he's, trying to put together the sort of fragile coalition that delivered him the presidency in 2020, and that's why each group matters, and that's why we're going to see him sort of addressing these things and trying to turn it around.
Dealing with some very sensitive topics, and Josh, it's great to have you with us. Josh Wingrove covers the White House for Bloomberg, and we're going to explore each angle of this story here with the best of Bloomberg in Washington. Let's move to Nick Wadhams with us now in our Washington bureau. He runs our national security coverage, and of course, Nick, everything that you're covering is the backdrop for these campus protests with an administration that's been on pins and needles here, hoping, waiting, working for a ceasefire in Israel. Do we have any news on a breakthrough?
No, really, at this point, we don't. I mean, I think the big issue here is that the administration sees a real rock and a hard place situation coming up, which is essentially that you're going to have an administration, an Israeli government that is going to be unwilling to not proceed with its invasion of Rafah. They are determined to go ahead and do that. And then on the other hand, you have Hamas, which says, and the international community, which essentially say that that cannot happen. So what we're hearing from our sources inside the administration is a real concern about, well, listen, how would Israel respond to this, in part because what's going to happen is they are determined to do this. They are determined to do this invasion at some point. Maybe they will have a ceasefire, but at some point they're going to want to go ahead. And where does that leave Hamas? So, is there really a prospect for a genuine off-ramp? It seems like not at this point.
It does seem, though, that we are going ahead with this temporary pier, this floating bridge to deliver more aid to Gaza. Nick, reporting suggests it could be up and running by this weekend. How much of a game changer could that be?
The pier, I think it will bring aid that will be helpful to Gaza. But when you look at the sheer need in Gaza for humanitarian aid, whether it's airdrops or the pier, those will be helpful. But that does not meet the need under any circumstance. What Gaza really needs, according to the aid experts we've been speaking to, is just a steady flow of trucks over the border, potentially hundreds a day to get in. And when you do a pier, it does send a signal that the administration is willing to try to accommodate this issue. But when you actually look at the numbers, it's not something that's going to be seen as really seriously alleviating the humanitarian crisis.
Did we all get ahead of ourselves last weekend, Nick? We came into this week thinking that, even Monday, because this was at any moment now, we could have a ceasefire announced, and now we're studying a ceasefire. Was the reporting following the bead? Did things start to slow down, or was it ahead of the fact?
Joe, that is the central question we are all sort of trying to answer. I mean, there was a real sense of positivity. You do have Hamas today. Essentially, they're looking at this in a positive attitude. And, I think what you're seeing is from all sides a real hope that there could be a ceasefire. So it may be a triumph of hope over reality. But again, you come back to these fundamental issues. One, Israel is determined to go ahead with this invasion no matter what. Two, Hamas does not really have the number of hostages that Israel wants because so many have died in captivity, or Hamas is unwilling to release them. So when you look at those two issues, what can the possible outcome be? And that is just something that the negotiators have not been able to bridge.
Just does a great job for us. Nick Wadhams, running our national security team in Washington. It's great to have you with us today, Nick, as we keep our eyes focused on this potential deal, but also the potential to not have a ceasefire, a potential invasion of Rafah, and continued reporting that Israel is considering moving to the north against Hezbollah and Lebanon. All of these could be game changers. And you know Congress is watching, of course, just a couple of weeks after passing emergency aid for Israel. We saw another piece of legislation pass yesterday. Pretty interesting here. 320 to 91, still considered very controversial, with a number of Democrats voting against this on concerns about the First Amendment. This was, according to many, a messaging bill. It may not have a path in the Senate, but it seeks to widen the definition of anti-Semitism. And we have a full-blown First Amendment debate going here, which is why you saw a number of Democrats say no to this. Mike Dorning comes with us now from Washington for more. Bloomberg Deputy Congressional Editor. Mike, it's good to see you here. We heard from a lot of Democrats, including Jerry Nadler, Democrat from New York, a Jewish lawmaker who has co-sponsored other bills to deal with the issue of anti-Semitism. He says that it's misguided because it threatens to chill constitutionally, I should say, protected speech. What do you think?
Well, that is a concern of a lot of the members of the more progressive caucus, and there is a strong strand in the Democratic Party of protection of civil liberties. So this is something that divides people in the Democratic Party. They have a lot of key supporters among Democrats who are very concerned about these First Amendment issues, and also very concerned about the plight of Palestinian civilians. But it's something that divides the Democratic Party because a lot of Democrats are very sympathetic to Israel and that cause, including, of course, their president, Joe Biden.
Will the Senate act on this?
I don't think they will. Chuck Schumer, the Democrat who's the leader of the Senate, isn't looking to sort of reinforce dividing Democrats. If the Senate acts on something, he is likely to make it something that maybe addresses this issue, but in a way that unifies Democrats. We are now basically in the part of the year where everything is being done to sort of position for the presidential, congressional campaigns. So all of this is very much done with a political eye.
That's for sure. So I guess another messaging bill is what we would call this. If this did become law, the idea here was to draw the line somewhere on federal funding for college campuses, right? So if you could, in fact, qualify a campus or a campus leadership as not doing its job, fulfilling this definition of anti-Semitism, you could then have your funding pulled. Am I describing that fairly?
Yes, that's my understanding of the legislation. Now, what it would really do in real life, that remains to be seen.
Understood. Mike Dorning with us from Washington with some other business at hand as well. We're also watching this FAA reauthorization bill, Mike, and there were a lot of questions about whether this, in fact, is going to get done in time. And, of course, with this Congress, I guess you really never know. But the FAA authorization expires next week. Are they going to make it in time?
Well, they've got a cloture in the Senate, so it's possible they can make it in time. The thing is with Congress, particularly the Senate, things can often look dire, but then, they have an agreement and things sail through quickly. A big game that's going on here is this is kind of the last train leaving the station before the election, where you can get riders to attach to it and pass through quickly. So there's a big game of trying to get a lot of different legislation, some of which could matter a great deal to businesses, legislation to make it easier for marijuana businesses to use banking services, some legislation to protect children's safety online that would have implications for tech companies. And there's still there's this train, and they're all still trying to find a place there. So while it looks like Speaker Johnson and Mitch McConnell and others are beating back a lot of the riders, there's still some riders that are trying to get on this train.
If this were to expire, do people have to worry about going to the airport, Mike? I mean, when you talk about FAA reauthorization, that doesn't exactly mean a lot to a lot of people. Can they kick the can on this if they need to?
There's a lot of essential services that would continue, and I'm not an expert on this specific legislation, but what I've seen in the past is more a worry that they wouldn't be able to collect fees and passenger taxes, so you would lose that revenue. It's not a question that like the flight system in America would shut down.
Yeah, planes are not going to fall out of the sky, to be clear here. But with all the news lately, wheels are falling off, near misses on the tarmac and so forth. We're talking about stopping technology upgrades, slowing down projects, making hiring difficult. It's not exactly great timing for that. So that's why we've got an eye on it, not to mention what might be attached to it. Mike Dorning, great to see you. Thanks for the update, as always. With us from Washington, Bloomberg's deputy congressional editor, our friend Mike Dorning. I'm at World Headquarters in New York today, and great to see you here on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. I'm Joe Matthew, and this is the fastest show in politics. We're going to spend a little time with Michael Shepard coming up, an exclusive from Bloomberg. Huawei finding its way into America. It's next on Bloomberg Radio.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A lot of green on the screen today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing after yesterday's decline for the S&P. Right now, we're looking at an advance of 15 points, up by about 0.3%. Dow Industrials up 128, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 112, ahead of 0.7%. 10-year 4.59%, with the 2-year 4.89%. Gold retreating $19 the ounce, 2,300 even right now, a drop of 0.8%. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil 78.73 a barrel, down now by about 0.3%. After the close of trading, Apple. We've got Apple shares up now by 1.7%. We will have complete coverage on Bloomberg Radio and television when those Apple numbers break. Peloton Interactive says CEO Barry McCarthy is stepping down as the company undergoes a major restructuring that's going to reduce its global workforce by 15% in an effort to slash costs. Right now, we've got Peloton shares at a record low of $2.81, down today by another 12.6%. Recapping, S&P up 15, up 0.3%. Balance of power continues now. Here he is in New York, Joe Matthew.
Just across the table from Charlie Pellet. Great to see you, Charlie. We'll have an update on the markets again a bit later on this hour. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. We're live at World Headquarters in New York. Indeed, I'm Joe Matthew. Kaylee Lyons will join in hour 2 from Washington as we bridge the Amtrak corridor every day. And an exclusive report here from our Washington bureau that is a real head-scratcher. Huawei Technologies, the blacklisted telecom from China, is still worming its way into the U.S. The headline, Huawei secretly backs U.S. research, awarding millions in prizes. And as you follow the road here, you get to a place called the Optica Foundation. This is a fascinating read. That has nothing to do with the Da Vinci Code, by the way. Let's bring in Michael Shepard, Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries. This is the man you want to talk to about a story like this. And of course, Michael was deeply involved in the reporting. It's great to see you, Michael. Huawei is not supposed to have tentacles in the U.S. How is it happening?
Well, you're right, Joe. And the company has been subject to U.S. restrictions over the past several years, and that's because of U.S. government concerns that Huawei technology could be used by China to spy on things here, from businesses to national security institutions and entities, and even individuals. So we've seen these restrictions in the form of export controls and other limits, mainly from the Commerce Department, put into place. What Huawei did, though, to maintain its edge in research, including here in the U.S., was through a Washington-based foundation. It funded a competition for scientific research into light and optics.
I see. The folks that Bloomberg spoke with, university officials included here, did not know about Huawei's role. How much knowledge was there of where this investment was coming from?
Well, Joe, really the credit for the piece goes to my colleague, Kate O'Keefe, who worked so diligently and so hard on it, obtaining and reviewing documents that showed that the organization, the foundation, had tried to conceal Huawei's role in funding this. And when she went to different university officials in funding offices, they were genuinely surprised, and some were outright concerned. And we had an official from Texas A&M University expressing concern on the record about the way the funding had been kept out of their view.
Well, so is Huawei breaking the rules here, or has it found a loophole?
Well, you know, Kate managed to talk to somebody who's a real expert in export control law and regulations, and this person said that, you know, it's not a violation of the restrictions that are currently in place, and yet it is a violation of the spirit of transparency when it comes to funding of research. Many universities have prohibited doing any kind of business with Huawei for fear of losing access to funding from other agencies, including the Pentagon and National Science Foundation, which for national security reasons have tried to restrict having any kind of dealings with Huawei whatsoever. Some of those institutions include MIT,
and Harvard that have limits on having any kind of a relationship, or including funding with Huawei.
So will there be an answer from the administration here, from the State Department?
Well, that's a great question, Joe, and I think we'll have to see how this one plays out. Right now, it doesn't look like there is anything that they have done wrong, except in the question of being transparent and disclosing sources of funding and leaving universities in the awkward position of accepting money whose provenance was not clear until this report came out.
Pretty remarkable stuff as we spend time with Michael Shepard from our Washington Bureau. Michael covers the intersection here of technology and politics, and in this case, national security. Michael, I have to ask you while you're with us here about the future of this TikTok legislation that is now law. It came coupled with money for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, and it's a divest or ban bill that I suspect we're going to be hearing a lot about for a very long time, with a concerted legal challenge expected now from the parent company ByteDance. But Michael, you remember last year the incredible amount of money that ByteDance invested in lobbying in Washington. They'll put that much money into lawyers now. So what happens next?
Well, Joe, you're right. This case, this matter is now heading to the courts. But I'm glad you brought it up in the context of what we were just discussing on Huawei, because it really highlights just the global competition with China that really is coming into areas of conflict and disagreement when it comes to allowing a Chinese-related entity to have any kind of a presence here in the U.S. As with Huawei, TikTok raises among some national security officials concerns not only about privacy, but about whether TikTok could be used to either serve as a propaganda tool influencing the American public, including in elections, and then also gathering data on Americans that could be used for different purposes and purposes that could undermine national security here.
You know, it's interesting, Michael, I asked you if there was an answer from the Biden administration on the Huawei story. Maybe I should be asking you if there's an answer from the Select China Committee in the House, where so much of the energy in the China sphere when it comes to politics has been coming from that committee. We probably wouldn't be having this conversation about TikTok without it. At what point are we going to see the Huawei story show up in a congressional hearing?
Well, you know, Huawei has been the focus of congressional scrutiny for more than a decade. Yeah. I remember years ago when Mike Rogers, who was then on the Intelligence Committee, was bringing up Huawei almost every other day and citing what he saw as the security risk to the U.S., not only in terms of the phones that Huawei sells around the world, but really in the networking gear that it had been selling here in the U.S. And that was a focus of concern for him, that this equipment, if placed in close proximity to American military bases here on U.S. soil, could be used as a spying tool. So we've seen Congress take up Huawei again and again, and its counterpart in China, ZTE Corp, has also been the subject of U.S. restrictions. Together, those two companies have really been the target of a lot of attention from Congress, and this report from Kate will only serve to revive that kind of scrutiny.
It sure seems like it. I think that we could be in for something, and I hope our audience remembers this conversation, because a story like this is all it takes to get the gears turning again for a hearing on Capitol Hill, and I would expect it, frankly. I guess the bigger picture question at this point, Michael Shepard, is it possible for China and the U.S. to coexist in this sphere of technology, or are we simply always going to be adversarial when it comes to this issue?
Well, when it comes to national security, top Biden administration officials and all their predecessors from the Trump administration and Obama administration and even beforehand have made clear that national security is paramount and that they will defend. But at the same time, they also want to make sure that the commercial relationship with China is preserved. And Gina Raimondo, during an event the week of the IMF gathering here in Washington, made clear that the U.S. still does want to do business with China, including in areas of technology. But when it comes to the most sensitive and advanced technology, that is an area, that's a river that the administration is not willing to cross, sharing the most sensitive technology. And then likewise, they want to make sure that there is an impermeable barrier against any kind of risk or threat of spying by China or Chinese entities.
You just can't unwind the two, right? The national security and technology are one and the same when it comes to the U.S. and China, whether you're talking about high-tech chips that we don't want them to get their hands on, like NVIDIA, whether you're talking about TikTok and its data collection, or, Michael, just basic computer chips. Their availability is a national security issue when we look at Taiwan. All of these things are happening at the same time, and it's not getting any easier, is it?
No, it's not. And I think I'm glad you brought up chips, Joe, because our colleagues Ian King and Max Chefkin published today this extraordinary look into the big bet that Intel is placing in semiconductors with this gigantic fabrication facility known as a fab in Ohio. It's a great read, and the intricacy and complexity and just scale of the operation to construct a place where you can build computer chips. It's an amazing read, but it also gives you a window into the stakes, the geopolitical and geoeconomic states. And I recommend that to everybody who wants to understand a little bit more about these tiny, tiny devices that are powering the global economy.
Well, it's just all too important, and I'm delighted that you're pursuing this now. Michael Shepard, who helps to lead our editorial effort in the Bureau, now focusing on technology and strategic industries, and we're better for it. Michael, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining, as always, here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. We're going to assemble our panel next. But first, it's world and national news, and for that, we stay in Washington with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. President Biden said he would defend the right to peacefully protest on college campuses, but he drew a line against violence.
Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest.
President Biden also warned against anti-Semitic intimidation against Jewish students or threats against Muslims. Police in riot gear dismantled barricades and tents erected by pro-Palestinian protesters at the UCLA campus after violence erupted with counter-protesters. Police reportedly arrested about 60 people, including the senior who says she's proud to be part of the demonstration.
It's not about me, it's about everybody. You know, if I'm free, then what does that mean if my brothers and sisters in Palestine aren't free?
The standoff at UCLA is one of several flashpoints at U.S. campuses from New York to California. As of today, Turkey has stopped all trade with Israel. That includes imports and exports. And Hamas is studying a proposal for a temporary ceasefire with Israel in a, quote, positive spirit, as international pressure mounts on both sides to reach a deal. Golfer Phil Mickelson has been given perhaps his biggest hint that he's considering hanging up the clubs for good. He's one of the first golfers to join the Saudi-backed Live Golf and tells Bloomberg TV that the competition from both Live and the PGA is elevating both tours. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index. We'll throw in the Russell 2000, all advancing. As a matter of fact, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, that is outperforming right now, up by 1%. To put that in context, S&P up 17, up by 0.4%. Dow Industrials up 140, up now by 0.4%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index up 116, up by about 0.7%. 10-year, 4.59%, with a 2-year right now, 4.89%. Spot gold down $17 the ounce. Gold down 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude calling that flat on the day at 78.99 a barrel on WTI. And Bitcoin today bouncing back up 3%. 59,033 right now on Bitcoin. Jobless claims data issued this morning set the stage for tomorrow morning's monthly employment report. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Weekly jobless claims held steady, running at a historic low. Ditto that the total number of Americans collecting unemployment checks. Good news heading into April's employment report, considering recent high-profile job cut announcements, the latest at fitness company Peloton. Economists say America's economy probably added 241,000 jobs in April, a decent showing, though less than March. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And Vinny alluded to Peloton. That stock today trading lower. We've got Peloton shares down by 11.9% right now. Its CEO, Barry McCarthy, is stepping down. Carvana, what a move there, surging by 29.9%. It reported stronger earnings with revenue topping expectations. Apple, the big event after the close of trading today, Apple right now up by 1.8%. Balance of Power continues. Live from New York, here he is. Across the desk, back we go once again. Joe Matthew.
Hi, Charlie Pellet. Nice to spend the afternoon with you here at World Headquarters in New York. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Global News. You'll find our live stream. Back it up. Miss a couple words. It's pretty cool to have this for you every day here on YouTube, and I encourage you to find it. You can always subscribe to the podcast as well. Do that at Apple, Spotify, wherever that happens for you, and we'll have a new show in your phone every day. It seems Donald Trump has found religion on mail-in voting. Quite an evolution here. As we heard yesterday from Donald Trump, back on the trail, by the way, first time since the trial began here in New York, swinging through Michigan and Wisconsin. But he took to Truth Social later, and a lot of people are scratching their heads because if you know anything about Donald Trump, you know this idea of mail-in voting is not a favorite of his. It was in Michigan just on February of this year that Donald Trump said mail-in voting is totally corrupt. Get that through your head. Well, he posted on Truth Social last night, quote, all caps, absentee voting, early voting, and election day voting are all good options. Republicans must make a plan, register, and vote, exclamation point. So what changed? We assemble our panel to get into this with Republican strategist Lisa Camuso Miller, of course, former RNC communications director. She's host of the Friday Reporter podcast. And Lincoln Mitchell is back with us today. Political analyst, teaches in the Department of Political Science, School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. It's a great panel for us today. Good to see you both. Lisa, I'll start with you on this matter of mail-in voting because Republicans have been very concerned about the message that Donald Trump has been sending until now, and he's convinced many members of your party that mail-in voting equals corruption, equals a rigged result. Who got to him on this, and what does it mean for the campaign?
You know, Joe, this to me has always been very confusing because we know that absentee ballots and mail ballots are actually very, very secure, and Republicans do definitely believe in that part of the process. It's been something that Donald Trump has said all along and for a long time, but I think finally his campaign team, who know that the process works, have told him to not take that approach and to change his tune and talk about the integrity of those means for voting. Because listen, every vote is going to count. And if he disqualifies those very valid ways of voting for the president in November, he's going to find himself losing out on valuable votes.
Even Don Jr.'s in on this, link, and we've actually seen several Republican groups in Pennsylvania spend a good amount of money, $1.5 million ahead of the primary. They're going to spend another $8.5 million more on the campaign before November to emphasize that members of the military, for instance, have trusted mail-in voting for years. That hopefully is not news to too many Americans, but maybe it will be. And Don Jr. appears in the ad. Pennsylvania, I need you to join the mail-in voting list today. He was also telling people to avoid this link. And what's with the mixed message now?
Well, first of all, I think Lisa summed it up, but I'll add a few things. The people who benefit the most as voters from mail-in voting tend to be older people, because particularly in states where there's a lot on the ballot, you sit down at your kitchen table, it's easier, you don't have to get a ride there, you don't have to wait in line in the heat, you fill out your ballot, you drop the mail, you go on with your life. Older voters skew Republican. So it is possible, and again, I don't know, mercifully, what really goes on in Donald Trump's head, but it's possible that someone said to him, look, you narrowly lost in 2020. It's not going to be easy in 2024. Every vote is going to count, and we have to get these votes. This is how normal campaigns are run. And at some point, the challenge for the Trump operation and the RNC operation, from a tactical standpoint, is to tamp down the, I don't know how to say this nicely, the raving insanity that is Donald Trump, and focus it into a real campaign. And in a real campaign, you tell your voters to register. You tell your voters to vote. You tell your voters to vote in whatever way they can. So I think Lisa's right. Somebody, a strategist with half a brain, said, listen, if we want to win this thing, this is what we have to do.
Probably a good thing if it means fewer people accosting folks at drop-off locations. Lisa, we saw that a lot in 2020. Guys in pickup trucks, in some cases carrying weapons, filming drop boxes. Will this call off the dogs? We lose Lisa? I guess we did. All right. Lincoln, your thought on that? If it means fewer people filming drop boxes, that's a plus, right?
Well, it's a plus, but the Republican Party has a plan in place to harass voters already. We'll see more of that on Election Day as well. And remember, the thing about there are drop boxes, and you can also just put these into, a U.S. post office or a U.S. mailbox. For younger listeners, we used to send email on paper, and we used post offices and mailboxes to get those to people. But Election Day, they will still have that harassment campaign. And also remember, drop boxes are in different neighborhoods. So a drop box in a white suburban community, they will still harass voters in, say, an urban African-American community and claim you're not voting, or you're carrying more than one ballot, or you're stuffing the ballot box, or whatever it is. So I still believe that Republican efforts to have a strong voter intimidation campaign is very real still.
Lincoln Mitchell, I think I buried the lead. Forgive me, but I knew we would get to this. Donald Trump also telling the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel on that same trip yesterday, on his day off from court, that he will not commit to accepting the results of the 2024 election. Now, you may have already assumed that, but I do think it's worth noting. Quote, if everything's honest, I'll gladly accept the results, he said. This sounds like a lot like what we've heard before. I don't change on that, Trump says. If it's not, you have to fight for the right of the country, unquote. So what are we setting up here?
Well, in other breaking news, water is wet and the sun is hot. This has always been Trump's position. What we are setting up for is where we were by mid-2021. If Trump loses, he will try to do, again, what happened on January 6th of 2021. And both sides are more prepared. So on the one hand, I think people are prepared for this. I think there's been the prosecution of the people who stormed the Capitol and broke things and committed acts of vandalism and all of that has, I think, tamped down some enthusiasm. A lot of people are not so enthusiastic about doing this again and potentially getting in trouble. The stakes are much higher for Trump. Losing this election means almost certain conviction on at least one or two criminal cases and potentially real jail time. So the question for Trump is, one, can he win the election? Two, if not, can he really mobilize people to take up arms if it takes that and defend him? And there's other complications here. Imagine a scene similar to January of 2021, and it might be before then. It might be storming the counting at a state capitol or a county capitol. But this time it's an incumbent Democratic president who will be seen as, fighting for his reelection, his chances of serving a second term. And that will feed a narrative of the deep state and state power. Similarly, the speaker's gavel is not in the hands of Nancy Pelosi, my old congresswoman, who lives in the real world, but in the hands of Mike Johnson, who was an election denier. So we are moving, it's a cliche, but the water remains very uncharted as we move towards the election and its aftermath this November.
This interview with Time Magazine is pretty remarkable, Lincoln. Donald Trump sitting for 2 separate interviews. I'm, by the way, amazed in 2024 that we don't get audio or video, but the transcript is a remarkable read if you're interested in this. It'll take you over an hour to go through it, but he did dismiss questions about political violence. To your point, many people wonder if it's possible we could see another January 6th if this doesn't go his way. Quote, if we don't win, you know, it depends. It always depends on the fairness of an election. Are we then planting seeds here for another, or you're already expecting one?
I mean, I've been expecting this from the beginning. For Donald Trump, elections have 2 outcomes. Either he wins or it's fraudulent.
Yeah.
And that we've seen that from authoritarian leaders, you know, all over the world for decades. That is what authoritarians say. The proof of the fraud is that I lost. I do not expect Donald Trump to accept this defeat. The wild card here, or the question we might ask, is how broadly will the Republican Party, from the rank and file up to the higher levels, support this claim again? You could see a scenario where the dust settles in November and Biden gets reelected. Let's say, you know, Hakeem Jeffries managed to be speaker by 3 votes, but the Republicans now have 53 seats in the U.S. Senate. I don't want to get into the Senate map, but I think that's a very plausible outcome. And you could see Republicans saying, you know what, we have the Senate, we can stop the more extreme elements within the Democratic Party, we can still control the Supreme Court because we have 53 members, and at the end of the day, we all hate Donald Trump. So, you know, how much can he really mobilize? That's the question for which we don't yet have an answer.
To what extent is Donald Trump impacting the agenda in the House now that we've made our way through a few things that he didn't want, like funding for Ukraine, for instance? He seemed to give Mike Johnson some rope there and is now protecting him against Marjorie Taylor Greene's motion to vacate. What's Donald Trump getting in return for that?
Well, in addition, that occurred while Donald Trump was spending a lot of time in the courtroom in Manhattan and couldn't be as focused on that. And I use the term focused with regards to Trump lightly. I think what he's getting for that is, one, a unified Republican Party, right? There is none of these games playing, will we, won't we support Trump. Now, obviously, he's sewn up a nomination, but there's still room for that. You'll notice not a lot of oxygen left for Nikki Haley in politics at this moment. And I think what he's getting is a discussion about what happens if I claim election fraud. I mean, Mike Johnson's a fascinating character here. I support the assistance for Ukraine and for Israel, so I'm okay with that. But much of his party is not, and he did it. And frankly, I think he did the right thing. But another question is, so he's doing this for his party. He's doing this. He's giving Republicans cover because abandoning Ukraine, I think, is not a look that would age well. So there's a negotiation, I think, a complicated negotiation going on between Johnson and Trump. But something in the balance here is Johnson's commitment to support Trump when he claims election fraud. That's what concerns me most.
Spending time with our panel on balance of power, and the technology gods have brought Lisa Camusa Miller back to us. Lisa, we're talking about the impact Donald Trump is or is not having on the agenda in the House. He used to work for a House Speaker. We've seen Mike Johnson do several things that Donald Trump might not have preferred, and he's protecting him against Marjorie Taylor Greene anyway. To what extent is Donald Trump going to predict or tell the rest of this Congress what it will do?
Or the majority in a better way, and I'm not connected anymore, am I?
Go ahead, Lisa. We got you.
Okay. Good. So sorry about that. So I think the one thing is that Mike Johnson has the president's best interest at heart because he wants him to be successful. He wants him to win the presidency, and Donald Trump very much needs the House to stay with him as well.
Lisa, the interview that Donald Trump did with Time Magazine is something that we've been discussing, and whether that he will accept the results of the 2024 election. He will not commit to doing so. To what extent is he propping up Mike Johnson to back him up in that moment?
Well, that's a good point, and I did hear some of Lincoln's points as well about the fact that Donald Trump will not accept the results unless he wins, and I tend to agree with him on that front. I think that we've already seen that play out quite well. Certainly, Mike Johnson would have some role. He'd also have to have a lot of support in the Senate because the Senate has a big say in all of that. I hate that we're even talking about this, Joe, because I really think that our electoral process is very sound. It works very well, and any question about whether or not U.S. elections are fraudulent in any way. They just play into the concerns of the general electorate about whether or
Lisa Camusa Miller with us from Washington and just dealing with a couple of technical snafus today. I'm sorry we haven't been able to get everything that Lisa was saying. Or with Lincoln Mitchell, for that matter, we'll have a lot more to cover with our panel in hour 2. Lincoln Mitchell, political analyst, Democratic analyst, and a political scientist at Columbia University, and Lisa Camusa Miller, former comms director at the RNC. As we work on our own comms here, we'll have a lot more with both of them in hour 2, along with a conversation with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, is going to join us here to talk about the work ahead for Congress that we were just discussing with our panel this day after the anti-Semitism legislation brought forth by Mike Lawler and Josh Gottheimer passed the House. We are told that it will not pass the Senate. It might not even get a vote, but we'll get into that with Brian Stile. Kaylee Lyons joins the conversation coming up next. And as I mentioned, we'll have the panel along the way. Thanks for being with us on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. We'll welcome our global television audience coming up next here on the fastest show in politics. It's Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew at World Headquarters in New York, only on Bloomberg.
world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Biden says he will not change course because of the protests. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president directly addresses today the pro-Palestinian protests engulfing college campuses around the country. I'm Joe Matthew at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, joined by Kaylee Lyons at Bloomberg in Washington, D.C. And Kaylee, we did hear from Joe Biden earlier when asked if he would change his policy on Israel. He answered simply no.
He was also asked whether he thought the National Guard should get involved in the college campus protests we're seeing across the country. He also answered that question with a no, Joe, after he had said essentially that while peaceful protest is protected, violent protest is not, trying to balance free speech, which he wants to preserve the rights of Americans too, without getting in the way of other rights for Americans and college students who are just trying to go to class. He went on to say that there is no place for anti-Semitism in America.
That's right. Knowing that he was going to speak in a formal address next week, Haley, that news broke during the broadcast yesterday at a Holocaust memorial event. It really speaks to the pressure that the president has been feeling to get in front of this story just a day after the House passed this anti-Semitism bill. And it's something that we're going to talk about with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, back with us today.
Yeah, looking forward to that conversation, keeping in mind that address the president will give on Tuesday, May 7th, the 7-month mark of this war starting between Israel and Hamas, with Hamas's attacks on Israel on October 7th. So we will have much more on that this hour. First, though, as always, I'm feeling left out with Charlie Pellet up in New York, who's checking the markets for us alongside Joe. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Kaylee. Come join the party. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. The outperformer, though, the Russell 2000, broad-based rally today. S&P right now up by 20 points, higher by 0.4%. That's the context, but the Russell 2000 up now by 1.2%. Dow Industrials up 161, higher by 0.4. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 132. That is an advance of 0.8%. The world's biggest tech companies driving a rebound in the stock market ahead of Apple after the close of trading. And of course, tomorrow we get that key jobs report. Apple right now up by just about 1.8%. 10-year 4.58%, with a 2-year now yielding 4.89%. Spot gold down $19 the ounce, 2,300 even for gold, a drop of 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude unchanged on the day, $79 a barrel. Keeping an eye on Qualcomm after last night's earnings report. Qualcomm now rallying by 8.7%. eBay after earnings dropping today by 2.6%. And Etsy after earnings, Etsy's plunging now by 14.5%. The e-commerce company reported first quarter results that analysts said underlined weakness in discretionary spending. So again, recapping, we've got Apple after the close of trading. Apple up 1.8%. S&P right now up 21. Balance of power continues. She is definitely not left out. Back we go to Washington and New York. We got Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. It was here in Washington, where I am, Joe is not today, that we heard President Biden speak from the Roosevelt Room of the White House before he went on to an event at North Carolina today, addressing what we're seeing on college campuses and saying in part, Joe, there should be no place on any campus, no place in America for anti-Semitism, and goes on to say no place for hate speech. And it was kind of these ideas of hate speech and the definition of anti-Semitism that was in question yesterday in the House of Representatives, where they passed a bill that would get to that definition and how the Department of Education specifically should be dealing with it.
That's right. It was seeking to widen that definition in this case. The vote was 320 to 91, Kaylee, so there was overwhelming support, but a lot of progressive Democrats, more than expected, voted against this measure on concerns that it was encroaching potentially on First Amendment rights. But you're correct here. The idea would be essentially to set the bar for where one could pull funding, federal funding, from a university here based on some of the language and the signage that we have seen, some of it very ugly and definitely anti-Semitic, depending on the protest that we're looking at here. And we've been spending some time talking about this hour. I want to bring in Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, joins us live from Capitol Hill, having voted for this measure. It's good to see you, Congressman. How would you answer critics of this bill who say that it does encroach on First Amendment rights?
there's always a balance between individuals' First Amendment rights in areas of speech that cross the line. What we want to do is make sure that we're empowering the Department of Education to put a backbone into university presidents to end the ugly rise of anti-Semitism that we see on campuses. We've seen protests that have breached from First Amendment rights clearly into violations of law. We've seen that in my home state of Wisconsin. We've seen it in campuses across the country. Every student has a right to feel safe on their campus, in particular Jewish students. And at a period of time where we've seen the ugly rise of anti-Semitism, I think it's important to send the message that we're standing with the men and women, in particular of the Jewish faith, who are under threat across the country.
Well, Congressman, certainly we heard a message from President Biden earlier today when he spoke from the White House. He will speak again next Tuesday on Capitol Hill about anti-Semitism. What more would you like to see the president do domestically, knowing that in large part these protests were ignited by something that is happening abroad, geopolitics rather than domestic politics? What exactly is the resolution in your mind here?
Part of this is standing strong with the men and women of law enforcement who are trying to maintain public safety on college campuses across the country. Where you have protests that correctly use the First Amendment, that's allowed. But where those protests turn into illegal activities, breaching the law, threats, violence, etc., that's playing out on a regular basis on campuses across the country right now, I think it's important to make a strong statement that we stand with the men and women of law enforcement to be able to come in and reestablish public safety on our college campuses immediately. If college campuses like Columbia or in my home state in Madison, Wisconsin had done that sooner, we would have been better served.
Is this it, though, Congressman? We're told the Senate has no plans to even act on this legislation. Is this essentially a messaging bill from the House?
Well, I have a lot of concerns with the inaction of the United States Senate. Number one is they haven't acted on the House's passed border security measure. And so Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate continue to stonewall lots of good legislation. I'd love to see the Senate take a lot more up or down votes because I think we could get a lot more done on behalf of the American people.
Well, there are still some things that the Senate is working on, sir, if not actually H.R. 2, which I think we all knew upon passage when it passed with no single Democratic vote in the House was never probably going to make it through the Senate. But they are working on the FAA reauthorization up against a deadline of May 10th. There's questions around what amendments could look like and exactly the timeline here. But we also know some things may not be included in that FAA bill, which could be a vehicle for other things to get through Congress, including stablecoin and safe banking legislation, which I know you pay attention to as a member of the Financial Services Committee. If it doesn't get attached to this piece of legislation, Congressman, is it going to get done in this Congress?
I would rather see things pass as single-issue vehicles. That's not always the case of how things get done in Washington. At the end of the day, I think we would be well-served to pass both of those pieces of legislation, in particular the crypto side. I can't tell you how many individuals that I know in the innovation space as it relates to crypto that are interested in a U.S.-based legal framework. If we were successful in passing the House committee-passed legislation, we would have an opportunity to bring a lot of that development work here onshore into the United States. This is a huge opportunity for the future of finance.
How about a legal framework for cannabis companies, Congressman? That seems to be the same conversation we keep hearing. Is it stablecoin and safe banking attached potentially to this FAA bill? Would you be comfortable with both of those hitching a ride?
The Safe Banking Act, I think, is less actually in the policy of marijuana, which I'm not a big fan of, but I think it's saying we don't want the social policy inside bank regulation. We see that time and again from both the left and the right, where we see individuals trying to place social policy on bank regulators. Bank regulators should be focused in on the risk that's existing in particular to depositors. And so that vehicle, though, might need to find a ride. I'd rather have single-issue votes. Congress in Washington would be far better served if we had more up or down vote on single-issue bills. Unfortunately, that's not how this place works. So if we can figure out a way to get that across the line, at the end of the day, I'd be supportive of it.
Well, speaking of the workings of the place, sir, it has been difficult to get anything across the line. Many rule votes, just procedural votes, have gone down in this Congress. It's been very difficult for your Speaker, Mike Johnson. And next week, if your colleague, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is to be believed, she will be forcing a motion to vacate, which Democrats have said that they will vote to table. How weakened will Johnson be if Democrats step in to help him on this?
Speaker Johnson's done an admirable job in incredibly difficult circumstances. I think it would be a mistake to have that bill brought forward. If it does, hopefully we are able to table that quickly. It really functions as a distraction to the biggest issues of the day. We should be far more focused on working to bring inflation down and secure the U.S.-Mexico border rather than focusing in on the internal politics. But as you say, it's a narrowly divided Congress. Things are difficult here, but hopefully we can dispense with this quickly.
I know you want to support the Speaker, and you will support the Speaker if this comes to the floor, Congressman. But do you worry about the impression that it will give your conference if it requires Democrats to save Mike Johnson? Does that weaken him in the long term?
I don't think it does. I think what people are going to look at is the record. We've actually done a lot of work here in the House of Representatives, despite a lot of the rhetoric questioning whether or not we would be able to get bills done. Not only did we navigate through the debt ceiling now about a year ago, but under the leadership of Speaker Johnson, we actually reduced spending year over year for non-defense, non-veteran spending. That's a huge step in the right direction. It hasn't been done in Washington in over a year. So again, I think there's a long record of what Speaker Johnson has done very well. And I think at the end of the day, if this is ultimately brought forward, it will be dispensed with quickly.
While we talk about the leader of your chamber, sir, I'd like to ask you about the de facto leader of your party overall, because Donald Trump was in your home state of Wisconsin yesterday. He actually gave an interview to one of your local outlets, the Milwaukee Journal Centennial, in which he was asked whether or not he would accept the results of the election in November. His answer, sir, was, if everything's honest, I gladly accept the results. If it's not, you have to fight for the right of the country. Congressman, would you tell your constituents in Wisconsin that they have any reason to believe that our election will not be honest?
I think we got a great opportunity, not only in Wisconsin, but across the country, to have a safe and secure election. I've been working on election integrity legislation here in the House that I think could actually garner bipartisan support and move us forward. There's opportunities to change the law, in particular as it relates to foreign funds that continue to find their way into U.S. electoral politics. I think there's opportunities to move us forward. Broadly speaking, we have a strong election system, and in particular, making sure that people take advantage of voting is good for our democracy. The more people that vote, the better off we are, and encouraging people to come out and vote legally is going to be essential this fall.
Well, Congressman, it's not lost on us that the new chair of the Wisconsin Republican Party actually worked for your campaign, so your insights are meaningful there. Donald Trump has said a couple of things about elections in the past couple of days. He also held an interview where he talked about election integrity and then posted on Truth Social about mail-in voting. And this really got our attention because he has been encouraging Republicans not to use mail-in options. He writes, absentee voting, early voting, and election day voting are all good options. Republicans must make a plan, register, and vote. Does that mean, Congressman, assuming that you agree here, and I'm pretty sure you do, that we are not going to see people filming, for instance, drop boxes when people go to vote this November?
I think we got a great opportunity here to encourage everyone to come out and vote, and in particular for Republicans to use all legal tools to make sure that we're getting the vote out. Low propensity voters are disproportionately likely to favor President Trump. And so at the end of the day, encouraging people to take advantage of every opportunity to vote favors the president, favors Republicans, and we need to make sure that we're driving that message home, that it is safe, that it is legal to vote by mail in a state like Wisconsin. We should encourage everyone to participate in the upcoming fall election.
All right, Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, joining us live from Capitol Hill today on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate it, as always. We want to continue this conversation now and get some reaction with Lincoln Mitchell. He's a political analyst and teaches in the Department of Political Science and the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. So, Lincoln, we just ended our conversation with the congressman there on this question of election integrity, which, of course, Donald Trump has called into question many, many times before. Do we have any real reason to believe that whatever the result of the election in November is, that it will be accepted?
You know, that's a fascinating question, because I think people, when they hear that question, say, you know, is the Trump line about election fraud have any validity? And the answer to that is no, it doesn't. However, there are important ways in which our elections here in the United States do not meet international standards onto which the United States has signed as an agreement for free and fair elections. I'll give you a couple of examples. that in many states there are different obstacles for different people from voting, right? It is just flat out more difficult if you are in an African-American county in Georgia than in a white county. That partisan elected officials make election decisions. One of the, remember Brad Raffensperger, who refused to be intimidated by Donald Trump, but it is notable that these are partisan election officials. It's a Republican election official who's much more vulnerable than, say, somebody from a nonpartisan commission. My concern about election fraud, the potential for real election fraud here in the United States, is in the form of voter suppression, which Trump has succeeded in getting us to stop talking about. So my sense is that on balance, American elections are good. They're among the very best in the world. The kind of fraud that Trump is talking about basically doesn't happen. But if we want to make our democracy stronger, we should create barriers, make it easier for people to vote. I was fascinated by your interview with Congressman Stiles. First of all, I thought he's a very smart guy who made some very good points. And I frankly appreciate his concern for Jewish students at the University of Wisconsin. My son is graduating from there in 2 weeks, and he is a Jewish student there. So we have been talking about this. But the barriers to vote in Madison and Milwaukee are very substantial. Bring down those barriers and then encourage everybody to vote.
Well, we've been talking a lot about election integrity here and the role that Congress might play in it as well, Lincoln. I don't know where your head is on this flip to mail-in voting from Donald Trump, but could that mean the beginning, is that a crack here, the beginning of some reconciliation with the way our elections work?
I mean, you know, the crack will be when Donald Trump is no longer at the center of this. Because I suspect people like Congressman Stiles, people like, I don't know, even Mitch McConnell, like they know the elections are pretty good. And they kind of just go along with this because of Trump. If Trump were to stop talking about election fraud, stop seeing elections, for Trump, as I said before, there's only two outcomes. I win or it's fraudulent. And we have to move past that because that's nonsense. And I think any Republican who is not just deeply in the Trump cult knows that.
All right, Lincoln, stand by. We're going to have more with our panel, Lincoln Mitchell and Lisa Camuso-Miller. I hope will join the conversation again as we make our way through hour 2 here, Kaylee. We have a lot more to talk about from Washington and New York, including the campus protests and the anti-Semitism bill that passed yesterday. We talked to Brian Stile about that. A lot of progressive Democrats are not too happy about where this is going.
And it's unclear whether or not that bill will face a vote in the Senate, what real difference, therefore, a House-passed bill might make. But, of course, it has great political weight, potentially, as we're seeing the pressure growing on President Biden to address this issue, as evidenced by the fact that he addressed it from the White House, the Roosevelt Room, earlier today. So we'll have more with our political panel on that next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Very close to session highs for the S&P 500 index, up 30 points right now at 5,048 for the S&P. That is a gain of 0.6%. The world's largest tech companies driving a rebound in stocks ahead of Apple after the bell right now. We've got the Dow up 218, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 170, up 1.1%, while the NASDAQ 100 Index up now by 0.9%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, the outperformer. Right now, the Russell 2000 is up by 1.4%. 10-year, 4.58%. The 2-year, 4.89%. Spot gold declining by $19 the ounce, holding at 2,300 even. Gold down 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude 79.20 for a barrel. It is up now by about 0.3%. Carvana surging after reporting stronger earnings with revenue topping expectations as the used car retailer digs into its restructuring plan and regains sales momentum. Carvana shares, they're up now by 31%. The big event after the close of trading will be Apple earnings. Bloomberg Television and Radio going to be all over this as the number drops. Apple right now up by 2%. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 31, gain there of 0.6%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to both Washington and New York. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. Great to be here at World Headquarters in New York. Kaylee, I'm across the desk from Charlie Pellet. It's a rare treat. And welcome to our listeners and viewers on Bloomberg Radio and TV. The news really was coming from Washington this morning, Kaylee, as the president chose to speak. Kind of a late scheduled deal here, and it really speaks to the pressure that he's been facing to get in front of and address the pro-Palestinian protests that we've been seeing on college campuses around the country, the epicenter right here in New York on Columbia University.
Absolutely. Although you can see this evidenced all across the country. Here in Washington, it's at GW, not too far from the White House. On the West Coast, we all saw what happened at the wee hours of this morning at UCLA, and that is why perhaps you finally saw the president addressing this issue from the Roosevelt Room, in part in prepared remarks in which he said things like there is a right to protest, but not the right to cause chaos. And he also answered a few questions. Take a listen.
President, have the protests forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you think the National Guard should intervene?
No.
Mr. President, do you agree with what
A no on both counts. Let's go back now to Lincoln Mitchell, a political analyst who also teaches at Columbia University in the Department of Political Science in the School of International and Public Affairs. So, Lincoln, we heard the president saying no to the National Guard, but perhaps more telling, also saying no. This has not made him rethink his policy toward Israel. Not the protests, perhaps not what we're seeing in Gaza either. Is the only way that the president can get him out of this very difficult political situation domestically to start talking differently about that policy, to maybe consider changing it?
To a substantial extent, he has already changed his policy on Israel. If you go back to November, December of last year, October, he was completely embracing Netanyahu, the right-wing government in Israel, and completely uncritical. And Chuck Schumer made a speech in March on the floor of the United States Senate. And since then, we saw Biden beginning to put a lot more pressure on Israel, frankly, pressure that should have been there all along. So Biden has to broker some kind of, by the administration, has to broker some kind of a ceasefire agreement here. It's going to be extremely difficult, but we should also note that ever since October 7th, the cost of not supporting Israel politically, and again, I assume listeners will have a range of opinions on this from a human or a moral perspective, but politically would have been a terrible mistake. So walking away from Israel for Biden, first of all, I think it's something he just cares deeply about on a personal level, but it also means walking away from a second term. And he is smart enough and has been around long enough to know that is true, despite the protests, which is not to say the protests don't have a lot of support. They do, and that's the dilemma. He may be walking away from a second term anyway because of the protests, but I think the protests are not going to move him. Events on the ground will.
He may be walking away from a second term just because of the protests, Lincoln?
I'm deeply afraid of that. And I'm going to tell you the scenario that In one of my WhatsApp groups, which I am one of several Jews who are in the higher education business, are talking about, which is this. Here's our nightmare scenario in my community. The Muslim American vote either doesn't turn out or votes for Cornel West or probably Cornel West. Similarly with younger voters who are more radical. The events on college campuses push more voters who are wavering back to Trump because they're concerned about security and stability, which of course Trump is an agent of instability. We can talk about that later. And then what happens is Trump wins, and who gets blamed in that scenario? The Jews. That's the scenario I'm most afraid of, because this rise of anti-Semitism on the left, but also on the right, is very real. And this could get even uglier.
Well, and Lincoln, I was reading one of your recent posts on Substack where you talk about how a movement that really started anti-war in Gaza has started to morph more toward anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic, as we've seen in recent days. Congress is attempting to address that. They passed a bill just last night, massive bipartisan margin, on the using a specific broader definition of anti-Semitism, especially in the Department of Education. There was a lot of concern, though, about how that could potentially run into conflict with First Amendment rights to free speech. How do you think about that?
I'm really troubled by this. I don't believe you can legislate away anti-Semitism. If we could have, we would have maybe. And I'll tell you something very specifically that troubles me. As recently as I believe today, Tom Cotton has tweeted about Soros-backed judges. That is anti-Semitism. That is suggesting that a shady Jewish billionaire, which is how they portrayed him, is behind some movement. This dovetails with anti-Semitic tropes that have been around for millennia. And this bill doesn't cover that. The thing about anti-Semitism is that it's extremely complicated. And both parties have a problem with it. And neither party is looking sufficiently within their own party. And we saw that in the hearings, and we saw that with this bill. I thought Jerry Nadler's speech was very important. Jerry Nadler is the longest-serving Jewish member of Congress, who has a very strong record on Israel issues and on Jewish issues. I know very few Jews who are enthusiastic about this bill unless they're already on the right. So the anti-Semitism is real. We're going to have to either figure something out to do about it, or the lived experience of Jewish Americans will change dramatically in the coming years. But I don't think this bill does that. What this bill does is it allows for those on the left, and I'm including people in the Free Palestine movement, to simply think of anti-Semitism as some kind of a right-wing talking point, rather than something real, so that they don't examine their own activities. Because let me tell you, I've talked to a lot of these students. Many of them are wrestling with this. Many of them aren't processing how this is seen as anti-Semitic always, but they're open to hearing it. And this gets their back up. So I don't think this helps. I think this may help someone get reelected. This may help somebody get more support among right-wing Jews. It doesn't help the Jews.
You mentioned Jerry Nadler. He had quite a statement after the anti-Semitism bill passed the House. As a deeply committed Zionist, urging colleagues to reject the bill, he characterized it, Lincoln, as misguided, threatening to chill constitutionally protected speech. Nadler's actually co-sponsored other bills that were aimed against anti-Semitism. Should this have been a different piece of legislation?
Yes. I mean, the First Amendment issues here are real. And what Nadler, unlike a lot of these people, Nadler's Jewish. And I would submit that if an African-American person stood up and spoke about racism on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, many white people might think, he has perspective that we should listen to. And I think that's true here with Nadler. What he sees is not just that this is a First Amendment problem, but the perception that Jews are aligning with the right wing to limit First Amendment rights is very dangerous. And it's very dangerous for Jewish people. And I think Nadler gets that because that's the perspective he's coming from. And I'm not saying that all of these Republicans who voted for this bill are anti-Semitic. I'm not saying that. I think Tom Cotton, for example, has dabbled way too much in anti-Semitic code. I think Donald Trump has used anti-Semitic imagery throughout his campaigns. I think he has surrounded himself with known anti-Semites. And I've never heard a word about this from Mike Johnson or Mike Lawler or Elsie Stefanik. And I'm saying this, and I will also say I have many Gentile friends on the left who have told me over and over how confident they are that there's no anti-Semitism in what's going on in college campuses, and that is not true at all. So this is, I'm not making a partisan point here, except to say that both parties need to look inward if they want to solve this problem and not make it a way just to deepen the partisan divide at the expense of Jewish Americans.
I'm really glad you could join us today. Lincoln Mitchell, political analyst, and again teaches in the Department of Political Science, School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. He speaks to this issue firsthand, and it's great to have you back. Lincoln, thank you for joining us. We'd like to keep this conversation going as we bring in Laura Davison, of course, covers our political coverage, leads our political coverage, I should say, in Washington, and is with us now in our Washington bureau. Laura, the stakes here are certainly high for Joe Biden. Lincoln just outlined a scenario in which he could lose the election on this campus protest issue alone. Does the campaign have that same worry?
The campaign publicly is not expressing worry. They said, look, voters are focused on the economy, but privately there is more worry that this is becoming a much bigger issue. This has been all over the news now for, going on 2 weeks. And sort of with the backlash, of the police clearing these encampments and some of these things, there is more sympathy on the side of the protesters here. However, in the remarks we saw from the president today, he said he went out, these unscheduled remarks came and said, look, students have a right to protest if it's peaceful. When it veers into vandalism, into going into buildings, into hate speech, things like anti-Semitic remarks, that's where it's a problem. So that really tells you where the campaign is. They think, look, that the majority of the American people are behind, sort of law and order and not having, protests erupt across college campuses.
So that's what he's trying to do to address the domestic situation. In the meantime, members of his administration, like Secretary of State Antony Blinken, have been in the Middle East this week, still trying to effort a ceasefire, albeit a temporary one, between Israel and Hamas. Is a ceasefire really the only thing that Biden can do to solve not just problems abroad, but these problems here at home? And that's not entirely in his control.
It isn't. But a ceasefire, we heard it from Blinken earlier this week when asked, what if this doesn't come together? He just said it just has to. So that's where you really see the administration is pinning all their hopes and dreams on this. And I think there's also a realization, too, that, school is about to be let out for the summer. If there's a ceasefire, that this issue really calms down, students go home for the summer, and then it's not as much of a problem, when they're back in the fall. If this were happening, what's been happening the past 2 weeks, in October, it'd be a much bigger problem for the administration and for Biden's reelection. Right now, they're betting that this will be, a memory of the distant past, in a couple months.
All right, Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison, thank you so much. And Joe, as we talk about the summer months, it does call to mind we have conventions coming up, including a Democratic convention in Chicago. And a lot of people have been mentioning 1968 in the same sentence as convention lately. It's something to consider.
Well, it's something to consider, and you better believe that those planning security for both conventions are well aware of that conversation. And we'll be talking a lot more about the preparations getting closer. We'll have more ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story and a key development in the battle for Paramount. Sony Pictures and the private equity giant Apollo Global Management have said to have submitted an all-cash $26 billion for Paramount Global. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. Right now, we have got shares of Paramount Global advancing by 6.3%, Sony shares up 1.5%, and Apollo Global Management up by 3.8%. But again, repeating the headline, Sony and Apollo Global Management said to have submitted an all-cash offer for Paramount Global. Shares of all three companies higher on the news. Rest of the market advancing today as well. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. The world's largest tech companies driving a rebound in the stock market. S&P up 33 now at 50.51, a gain of 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 237, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 181, a gain there of 1.2%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.57% with a 2-year 4.88%. Spot gold down $16 the ounce, down 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude flat on the day, 79.01 a barrel. Bitcoin advancing 3%, 58,993 right now on Bitcoin. Again, Sony and Apollo Global Management said to have submitted an all-cash offer for Paramount Global. Stay with Bloomberg Television and Radio for the very latest on this developing story. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that, Joe and Kaylee, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to Balance of Power, live from Washington and New York today. I'm at World Headquarters with Charlie Pellet. Kaylee Lyons is holding the fort in the nation's capital, and we're glad you're with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio as we turn our attention to the campaign trail specifically, and Kaylee, the swing state of Nebraska. Of course, no one has ever referred to Nebraska, at least in recent political history, as a swing state, but there's a fascinating story that's going on there, and it's kind of funny as we anticipate Berkshire earnings this Saturday. Everyone's going to have their eyes on Omaha here. And there's a quirky rule that the Biden campaign is very concerned about that makes Nebraska actually pretty darn important on the road to the White House.
Yeah, when we talk about the 7 swing states that, for example, are in the Bloomberg Morning Consult swing state poll, Nebraska is not one of them, but the city of Omaha may be still something to watch, and that is the subject of this week's Big Take DC podcast. It's hosted by Saleha Mosin, Bloomberg senior Washington correspondent, and she's joining us now. So, Saleha, obviously Nebraska, deep red, has been that way for decades. Is Omaha different, and why does it matter?
Omaha is a little different. It is a little blue island in a sea of red. They have been a swing district. Omaha and the couple of counties that surround it has on occasion gone for Republicans, on other occasion gone for Democrats. Now, the interesting thing is that Nebraska is one of 2 states in the country where there is not a winner-take-all model for its electoral college votes. And so in a scenario where Joe Biden doesn't win the swing states that he needs, but wins a lot of other northern states that are battleground states, if he can peel off just one electoral college vote from Nebraska, he could actually keep the keys to the White House. On the podcast this week, I spoke to Jane Kleeb. She is the chair of the Nebraska State Democratic Party. Have a listen to what she shared with me.
You know, Warren Buffett is an icon, and so anytime he gets involved, it's a plus for whatever he's getting involved in. So I do hope that he shows up on stage with Joe Biden. But I think Warren Buffett has been clear that for business purposes, it's always smarter to stay focused on his business, and that's traditionally what he does.
That's our comment from Jane Kleeb. She says that the Biden campaign is still in conversation with Warren Buffett's team. Warren Buffett himself is declining to say why he's staying on the sidelines and hasn't endorsed Biden or committed any money. He so far is just saying that that district, his hometown, could go to Trump or to Biden.
Fascinating. Warren Buffett was a real help to Barack Obama, as we remember that campaign, talking about how his secretary paid more in taxes than the billionaires like him. He has a history of getting involved here. What would compel him to actually make that decision at this point in his life, Saleha?
That's one thing that everyone who's kind of descending on Omaha this weekend is they're hoping to hear, between invest in yourself fun runs, running a 5K as shareholders are attending these annual meetings, and designer shopping nights. They're hoping that Warren Buffett gives some kind of an answer or any signal or a hint that he is willing to come off the bench and endorse Biden, because as Jane Cleave told me on the podcast, when Buffett speaks up in his hometown of 500,000 people, there's a huge impact. Now, the other thing to remember is that you can win a candidate, and candidates in the past have won without Buffett's endorsement. Obama actually won in 2012 that district without Buffett's help. Same with Biden in 2020.
Well, I pull up B-Bio here on the Bloomberg terminal, Saleha, of course, the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, because Warren Buffett isn't just any guy. He's a guy with, according to our figures, $132 almost billion fortune. His endorsement is one thing. His money might be something else. Could he make contributions to this campaign, not in terms of outright endorsement, but for mobilizing money in this race?
Donors in the Democratic Party, they see that if someone like Warren Buffett is either appearing on stage with a candidate, with a presidential candidate, or a down ticket candidate from one of the congressional races, or if he is committing a 5-figure, 6-figure check, however much he can under law and wants to, it signals to other donors that this is an important moment and that they should maybe get involved too.
Well, I suppose we'll be hearing a lot from Warren Buffett, but I'm compelled with where we started this conversation when it comes to the counting of electoral votes. Just to be clear, Saleha, can Joe Biden count on getting a piece of the action even if he does not win Nebraska?
Well, Jane Cleave very optimistically called Omaha Jomaha, so she has a lot of hope. What's playing out in Nebraska and specifically Omaha is actually a snapshot of what is going on with the electorate across all 50 states. There is a Biden enthusiasm gap for sure. Democrats in Omaha and in Nebraska are struggling with Black and Latino voters, just like Biden is across the 50 states. And abortion is also a huge, and reproductive rights are also a huge policies that voters are engaged on.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen that on full display, including in some of the actual swing states, or that we would describe as swing states, like Arizona, where, of course, the state Senate repealed that 1864 law that would have banned most abortions, except for in the case of the life of the mother. Saleha, would we or should we expect President Biden to actually be making visits to places like Omaha if it could make a difference electorally? When we've seen him in North Carolina, one of the swing states today, he's been across all of the other swing states since the State of the Union address. I don't remember any trips to Nebraska, though.
Well, considering that there's a equal distribution of Republicans, Democrats, and independent voters, and independents may be the key to clinching electoral college votes and clinching the presidency, a second term, we should expect to see either Vice President Kamala Harris or President Joe Biden in Nebraska.
Well, I'll tell you what, Saleha, we could talk about the campaign all day long around here, and we started this hour with an eye on the campus protests and a real interesting conversation with Lincoln Mitchell. We spoke with Congressman Brian Stile as well. You've been covering this for a long time. What was your thought when you heard Joe Biden speak this morning as he tries to get his arms around this from a domestic political standpoint?
It's really hard. I think President Biden is trying to speak to multiple constituencies when he is out there. Every message that he's giving as president is seen as a campaign message as well. And so he is having to speak on many layers to many different people and hope that even the sound bites that everyone kind of cottons onto are things that really do kind of push his message across.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult line to watch or walk when you're not only the incumbent president who has the business of running the country and running foreign policy, but also seeking re-election, an active presidential candidate. He was asked, Saleha, today whether or not what's happening on college campuses and the way the climate seems to have shifted, if he's rethinking his policy toward Israel. He said no. He was asked if he thinks the National Guard should get involved in these college campuses. He says no to that as well. And when we think about what is happening here and what has mobilized a lot of these young individuals, they are, at the end of the day, young people a key demographic, and I would imagine that's true in Omaha as well. Yes, you can rely on Democratic votes in big cities, but typically those Black and Hispanic voters you were alluding to, young people as well, have made up a very key component of that base, and it does feel that a lot of that base is starting to slip away from President Biden.
And he's eyeing Michigan, right? Michigan is where there's a lot of voters who want him to change his stance on Israel and support Gaza and Palestine in a different way that he has been. And so we should expect to see him trying to make up for some of that in going to Michigan. It's one of the key swing states. But that's why in this week's podcast episode, we focused on this one little oddity in the Electoral College, because the swing states, if you look at polls and how voters feel today, then it's tipping toward Trump. And if Biden then needs to look at some other battleground states and peel off as many, even 1 or 2 Electoral College votes here and there, Nebraska might just have one in case he's at a 269 tie to get the 270 Electoral College votes that he needs to keep the White House.
Soleil, I appreciate you being so generous with your time today, but we love picking your brain, and I wonder if you think anyone's actually paying attention yet. We get into the minutia here. That's our job. We talk about it every day, and there are very passionate followers of Donald Trump who are paying attention. There are passionate followers of Joe Biden. Look, there are progressive Democrats and establishment Democrats who are up on their guy, but what about the rest of America? We're told Labor Days, maybe when people start paying attention, they get the kids back in school, take a look at who's running for president. Do you buy that still? Or is this such a TMZ election already with 2 people who have 100% name recognition that the old rules just don't apply anymore?
This is why I love talking to you, Joe. That's such a smart question. It's such a smart thing that we should be talking to. Are we, you, me, and Kaylee newshounds talking about things that haven't really broken into the mainstream? I think there are people who are very engaged with where the election race and the presidential race is headed even now. But you're right. The key votes, the independent voters who haven't made their decision, that's really going to come into play, I think, in September, October, maybe as early as August. But right now, it's just a case of seeing if each candidate can get their message into sort of the mainstream on the front pages of newspapers and on the cable TV shows that voters tend to watch. It's really hard to break through that. And I think because that it's we have a 2020 rematch, the same 2 men vying for the president, each of them looking for a second term, each of them having a clear track record of what they can do with one term, we are looking at a little bit of a lack of enthusiasm.
All right, Soleil, it's great to have you. I'll point everybody to the podcast, the Big Take DC podcast. It drops today. That's why we talk to Soleil every Thursday here, and a great story she'll bring you to the Sage of Omaha. As we now bring you to the Senate, this is a conversation, Kaylee, that we've been looking forward to. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois joins us as we see motion here on this bill to reauthorize the FAA. As a matter of fact, it cleared its first Senate procedural hurdle just yesterday. And Senator, I want to welcome you back to Bloomberg. Will this work get done before expiration?
Yes, it will. I'm very excited. We're going to have the vote on the motion to proceed today, and then we'll vote on some amendments and final passage by the end of next week, which will be just in time for the May 10th deadline.
So, Senator, just to be clear, you don't expect that you will need some kind of short-term reauthorization to allow that amendment process to play out?
No, I don't expect it. This is a very bipartisan bill. I know there's some amendments, but even the amendments are not too egregious. We have some that are, that are going to be highly contested, but I think they'll move along fairly quickly. But this is a really good bill. We worked very hard in a bipartisan, bicameral way, and it is truly needed for the safety of our aviation system.
Well, speak to our listeners and viewers about that, Senator, because I just want people to understand what it is you're reauthorizing and what the risks would be to not meet that deadline, because people are waking up every day to wild stories about airlines, about close calls on tarmacs, wheels falling off, planes going off runways. To what extent could this help to shore up safety in our aviation system?
Well, significantly, we increased by 7-fold the funding available for training pilots, mechanics, maintenance workers, and air traffic controllers. And in fact, for the first time in well over a decade, we are funding the FAA to fully fill their air traffic controller academy. So every seat that's available is going to be filled. We have a shortage of air traffic controllers right now, and that's part of the problem as well. And then also we are funding the FAA to an extent that it can actually hire new people to provide those safety inspections of those manufacturers to make sure that they are living up to the highest standards. And so what has been happening over the years is that the FAA funding has been held steady or has been falling over time when you compare it to inflation. And we've lost a lot of experienced people, both with the buyouts run by the airlines during COVID and also retirements, even within the FAA. We couldn't hire replacements, and now we're getting to a place where we're hitting the reset button. We're going to fund the training programs for both on the commercial side, but also the governmental side to make sure that we have the best trained people to help keep our aviation system safe.
All right, Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, the Democrat, thank you so much for being with us. I wish we had more time with you today on Bloomberg Television and Radio, but we sincerely appreciate you joining us. And just for our D.C. listeners and viewers, Senator Mark Warner of Virginia, Joe, tweeting, DCA, already extremely overcrowded. He will fight tooth and nail to stop cramming more flights onto the runway, but that's included in this bill.
All I know is my rafters are shaking, Kaylee. Bloomberg Business Week coming up next.
Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week on this Thursday, May 2nd. Let's get to the setup. And Tim, we've got some of the biggest tech companies actually rallying and really fueling the upward momentum in the overall equity trade. And that includes Apple, which reports after the close. That stock up almost 2% right now.
Yeah, that big one. Shares of Apple, or I should say earnings crossing at 4:30 today. We'll have you those numbers for you, of course, as soon as they come across. Ahead of all that, though, before we get Apple, we're going to talk the eco and rate backdrop just one day after the Fed decision and one day before that closely watched jobs report.
It's been kind of jam-packed on the eco and Fed front, no doubt about it. We're not done yet, as we know. Plus, a double dose of tech, including one of the most read stories today about the Chinese telecom giant that's blacklisted by the United States that is secretly backing U.S. research. It's kind of a wait-what moment, and it was certainly a must-read for all of us this morning on our read-in. So we're going to get into that. And also, Informatica's CEO, Amit Walia, is with us. We're going to talk AI, we're going to talk cloud, we're going to talk about Claire GPT.
Hey, everybody's got a GPT right now. You got to have a GPT right now.
And maybe the speculation over a takeover. We'll see what he has to say about that.
Also, tennis icon and legend, incredible athlete and deal maker Serena Williams. She's on the latest edition of The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly. We check in with Jason a little bit later, too.
And one more thing, another upheaval over at Peloton. It's a jam-packed 60 minutes. First up, let's get you going with a check on the day's trade and your top business stories. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Happy Thursday to you both. Right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the green, but a developing story that we are following for you. Paramount Global jumping to a session high. It is now up by roughly 10% after a Wall Street Journal report that Sony Pictures and Apollo Global Management made a $26 billion all-cash offer for the company. Again, we've got shares of Paramount up by 10.3%, Apollo right now up 3.8%, and Sony up 1.9%. Stocks higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the green, close to session highs right now. 35-point gain for the S&P at 50, 53 up 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 249, up 0.7. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 189 points, a gain of 1.2%. The Russell 2000 outperforming, up now by just about 1.4%. 10-year 4.57% with a 2-year yielding 4.88%. Spot gold down 0.6%. 23.07 for an ounce of gold. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%, 78.93 a barrel. Some of the other stories we're following after earnings: Qualcomm surging 9.4%. After earnings, eBay declining now by just about 3%. Also after earnings, Etsy plunging. Etsy down now by 14.4%. The big one, as Carol mentioned, after the close of trading will be Apple. Apple up now by 1.8%. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the green. S&P up 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, to follow on what Charlie had to say, in the run-up to, we've, of course, got tomorrow's monthly jobs report, very closely watched. Data today showing U.S. labor costs jumped the most in a year as productivity gains slowed, adding to risks. Inflation will remain elevated. Now, economists surveyed by Bloomberg forecast a 240,000 gain in non-farm payrolls, which would be the slowest pace since November, and that's what we are watching out for at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, Wall Street time.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is look what happened last month with the estimate, okay? Things blew past it. We'll see tomorrow, but before then, the Fed decided yesterday to leave the target rate for the benchmark rate at 5.25% to 5.5% following a slew of data that pointed to lingering price pressures. Jerome Powell said it's unlikely that the Fed's next move would be to raise rates.
All right, so where does it all leave us 24 hours later? To help us with that, figure it out, Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie back with us. He's there in New Jersey. Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey, also with us at BI headquarters in Princeton. So not sure, guys, what the net takeaway from the Fed meeting was, especially since financial markets seem to take a round trip and finish pretty much where they were before the Fed decision. Michael, let's start with you. What was useful and productive for you with the Fed decision and commentary by Fed Chair Jay Powell?
Well, I think the big thing was the fact that he did push back on the need to raise rates. And I think that the market was very worried going into this meeting. We had the 2-year above 5%. The positioning was very much in terms of curve flattening, and today we're seeing that being unwound. We saw it being unwound yesterday afternoon, so we're seeing a bit more of a bid here in the front end. But ultimately, as Powell said, when he was asked about whether policy was restrictive enough, he said that question will be answered by the data. So we're all eyes tomorrow on payrolls. And as one investor told me this morning when I spoke with him, he said it's potentially a very asymmetric event. If you get a strong number, rates will rise again. And if you get a weak number, then people are going to really jump on that. So it could be showtime tomorrow at 8:30.
Okay, well, we'll see. Hey, Ira, I want to bring you in here. Same question to you. What clarifications, what additional information did you not get off of the Fed meeting and the press conference yesterday? What did you learn?
Well, obviously, the change in the statement, the one sentence about not making as much progress on inflation, I think was pretty important. Just the fact that the Fed observes that and is acknowledging it is, I think, important. And second, it wasn't that Jay Powell, I don't think, didn't push back against rate hikes, but more importantly, he also refused to say that if inflation accelerates, which was one of the direct questions he was asked, he didn't want to say we will raise rates. He said, we'll take appropriate action and really hinted, I think, more strongly, the way that we read it and the way that our natural language processing model read it, was that he was actually a little bit more dovish than people thought he was going into the meeting. And that's one of the reasons why you saw interest rates rally and Treasury yields go a bit lower. On tomorrow, tomorrow is key. And what we'll be focused on, and I think what the market, after it digests the headlines, will focus on is the wage data. So even if we get like a 150 print or a 300 print, it almost won't matter. What everyone's going to focus on is the wage data, because services is still the sector, and those sectors are still what's driving the economy. And given that you have non-housing services, which is something that Jay Powell actually even mentioned explicitly yesterday, that is where inflation is, and that is driven generally by wages. So if wage gains continue, even if payrolls miss a little bit, I think that Treasury yields could wind up going up a bit, and you wind up seeing a little bit of a sell-off in Treasuries.
Before we move on, natural language processing model. Ira, tell us a little bit more about that and what you guys actually track and how it's helpful and useful and predictive.
Yeah, so we have a couple of different models. One of them is, our base one is on the minutes of the Fed meeting. So we basically have our model goes out and looks at every single sentence in the minutes and then parses that and says, okay, is this hawkish or dovish? And then also how hawkish and how dovish is it? We then do the same thing on the opening remarks from Powell's statement. And the fact that Powell's statement yesterday was a little bit more dovish, I think was pretty telling. And it certainly, when he was talking, is when you saw the market really start to rally and yields move lower, because he didn't sound hawkish as people expected. And certainly, again, that model suggests that he was more dovish than he was in March, and that was a surprise to the market. We haven't rallied that much. Like, let's face it, it's 10 basis points in the 10-year yield, basically. We didn't break a very important technical level of 4.7%, so we're probably trying to figure out where the range is, unless you get some insane numbers over the next 24 hours.
Michael McKenzie, you're not a natural language processing model. I would argue you're, in fact, better than the next best thing as a human being, covering the rates. But I'm wondering if you agree with the sentiment that we just heard from Ira, that it was indeed more dovish than people originally thought.
Yes, and you've seen that. That's why the market's rallied. The market was primed for a hawkish Powell, someone who, a Fed chair that was going to say, look, we've had 3 straight months now of upside surprises in inflation, and it's a problem. And even though the statement and Powell himself, talked about that and acknowledged that, I think what was key was that Powell also continued to say, we have a dual mandate. We're looking at the labor market, and if the labor market starts to weaken, that opens the door to cuts. So I think he tried to be balanced, which is, I guess, what I thought he was going to be. But the market will always sort of will always sort of price in the worst case scenario, and then we're getting the relief rally. I think it's still a relief rally, as Ira says. This could all change tomorrow, but I think in general the market is trying to find the ranges. But I think the one thing we can sort of see quite clearly is that 5% on the 2-year does look a pretty tough level to break now. It's really an open question about where the rest of the curve is going to be trading and what ranges we find. We do have a refunding next week, so we're going to get a slug of 10-year and 30-year sales. And it'll be interesting just to see where those auctions clear, what the scale of demand is. Auctions we had recently in the front end went fairly well. But I think next week we'll get a better idea, particularly after jobs.
Hey, I do also wonder what you guys think might be the rate range on the downside if we start to see some weakness in the labor market. Ira, come on back in this conversation. You know, if we think maybe we've topped out, as Michael said, 5% on that 2-year as we look at the trade. I mean, what's the downside? How low could rates go if we start to see some significant pulling apart, if you will, of the U.S. labor market? And I'm curious what kind of number or trend line it's going to take on the job side for that to really happen.
Sure. So first, let me say that I think Michael's absolutely correct. You know, 2-year yields at 5%. If they go much higher, then you're taking out any chance of an interest rate cut in the next 2 years, right? And that's you know, pretty unlikely. So I do agree with that sentiment. You know, as far as where we could go in the near term, so before the auctions next week, is if we don't get a good number, then we're targeting probably 4.25 on a big move. Like you'd have to get like a crazy low number and bad wages for this to happen. But 4.25, 4.25 to 4.30 are some very important, again, technical levels that we're looking at as the next kind of support for 10-year Treasury yields.
Michael, what about you in terms of on the downside? How are you starting to think about that? I mean, I don't know if it's too early, but I'm just curious.
I think one of the interesting conversations I had this morning with an investor was they're waiting for higher yields in 10 years before they start to rotate and add more duration, as they termed it. But they also said that, you know, if you get weaker numbers and you start seeing more misses, and obviously we saw ISM yesterday, it missed, they suspect a lot of people who have been holding back, like themselves, are going to suddenly jump in. So I suspect you can't really rule out another big overshoot rally in the market if we do get weaker data, because I think that would affirm in the minds of many investors that the highs are in. This is a Fed that does seem dovish, at least when Powell is speaking. I mean, the one thing I did hear from someone today also, she just said, all I know for certain is that volatility is going to stay high and you got to have dry powder and you got to be prepared to be very dynamic and step in when you have to. So I think that's the kind of environment we're in for bonds.
Hey, Ira, if we do get weaker data tomorrow, I'm talking really weak data, does it put a Fed cut on the table sooner than later, despite what we heard yesterday?
It's not impossible, certainly, but it won't just be this one number, right? You have to extrapolate out at least a couple of more data points. So if you think about it, like June's basically off the table at this point, because by then we only get the April, you know, tomorrow's number, and then you get the May data. But if you do have a bad April, a bad May, a bad June, now in July, you wind up having another quarter's worth of data effectively. So it's not impossible that the Fed could cut in July if the data is weak enough.
Okay.
For us, the base case is though is that they're going to remain on hold. They might remain on hold the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And particularly if economic momentum is as strong as it's been the last couple of months.
Well, one last question, you know, and I do think about, Michael, like we've talked about that in terms of the inflation trend or the inflation print. Jay Powell reminding us that is still something that they still believe in that 2% and that they want to still see improvement there. So having said that, when I think about the timeline, again, inflation, it's not going to be one lower month. It's going to have to be more like, I'm guessing 2, 3, or 4, right before the Fed feels comfortable to even think about cutting rates? Or is that not necessarily based on what we got from Jay Powell yesterday?
I mean, he keeps talking about they need to have confidence. And I think if you need to have confidence and you're a data-dependent central bank, which they keep also reminding us, then you're going to see, a number of months, a series of months where it tells you that the direction of travel is heading in the right direction in terms of meeting that 2% target. Now, there's plenty of people in the market who think 2% is going to be very tough to get to. And ultimately down the road, what rate of inflation is the Fed willing to see in order to cut? And that's where things like, the geeky areas of the bond market, term premium, how much more premium do you need to have in order to own 10 years and 30 years, I think becomes a bigger issue, but that's down the road.
Interesting stuff, as always. Hey, guys, thank you so much. Always appreciate it. Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie there, of course, and Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist Ira Jersey. We'll be looking for their commentary and reporting on the Bloomberg certainly tomorrow after that jobs report.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at shares of Paramount Global up by 12.6% right now. This after shares jumped to a session high, rising after a report that Sony Pictures and Apollo Global Management made a $26 billion all-cash offer for the company, first reported by the Wall Street Journal. The offer from Apollo and Sony was described as a non-binding expression of interest, said the people who asked not to be identified, discussing a preliminary proposal.
Right. Paramount, as we know, controlled by Sherry Redstone. She has been weighing a merger proposal from David Ellison, that's the head of Skydance Media and son of Oracle's founder. Of course, Larry Ellison. It's the latest approach by Apollo to Paramount to do some kind of a deal. Apollo, you know, we talk about them all the time, massive private equity company. By the way, the New York Times reported on the offer earlier Thursday. To mention, the stock shares of Paramount are up about 12.5%. Stock's still down about 7% this year. So in all the gyrations that have been going back and forth, but interesting and certainly kind of a little bit of a hot potato as different headlines cross and try to figure out, will a deal be done? Who might do a deal ultimately?
Our team over at Bloomberg Intelligence has an instant reaction now to this news, arguing that a $26 billion formal all-cash offer from Sony and Apollo for Paramount values it at about $19 a share versus an average of $11 to $12. They argue at Bloomberg Intelligence that the bid has merit because it treats all shareholders equally versus Skydance, which favors controlling shareholders, Sherry Redstone, and also dilutes Class B shareholders. We talked about that a little earlier this week. Skydance did offer to buy Class B shares at a premium, but that may still be 25% below Sony Apollo's offer. That's according to Puck News, suggesting a possible raised bid.
All right, so interesting, and I'm looking at the stock just under $14 a share, but the BI Intelligence saying more of a valuation at about 19 if there's that $26 billion deal, right?
So there's still quite a delta right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Let the bidding wars begin, I guess.
It sounds like it, and I guess you can do that when there's multiple players. You see who comes in and whether or not we get something from the other offer.
Reminder, we're talking about Paramount, which owns Paramount Plus, Paramount Pictures, Pluto TV, Showtime, CBS, Paramount Network, Pop TV, Smithsonian Channel, and more. CBS Sports, CBS News. The list certainly goes on.
A bit of a content and media portfolio, to say the least.
Yeah, and then look, and David Ellison wants the movies.
Yeah.
You know, he wants the production business.
All right, again, Paramount shares, folks, up about 12.5%. This as Sony Apollo make a $26 billion all-cash offer for Paramount. This is, again, coming from the Wall Street Journal. All right, coming up, the U.S. blacklisted Chinese telecommunications giant that's secretly backing U.S. research. It's kind of got us scratching our heads a little bit. It is a most read story on the Bloomberg. We're going to get the details. It's coming up next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher, close to session highs right now, with the S&P advancing by 36 points to 5,055. That is a gain right now of 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 265 now, up 0.7%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up almost 200, up 197, up by 1.3%. 10-year, 4.57%, with a 2-year, 4.88%. Spot gold down $14 the ounce to $23.05, a decline of just about 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude, 78.86 a barrel. Crude lower today by 0.2%. Apple, after the close of trading today, we've got Apple shares up by 2.1%. Peloton Interactive says CEO Barry McCarthy is stepping down as the company undergoes a major restructuring that will slash its global workforce by 15% in an effort to slash costs. We've got Peloton shares today. They are now down by 9.9%. Again, recapping, a move higher for stocks ahead of Apple. S&P right now up 36 to 50.55, a gain of 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Huawei Technologies has been in the news, as you know, for a few years now, caught in crosshairs, really the crosshairs, I should say, of the U.S.-China tech war, you might say. In a Bloomberg exclusive, Arcade O'Keefe reports on how the Chinese telecommunications company that is blacklisted by the United States is secretly funding cutting-edge research at American universities, including Harvard, among others, through an independent Washington-based foundation.
With more on the story that is among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal today, we welcome Bloomberg News national security reporter Kate O'Keefe in our Washington, D.C. bureau. Kate, an incredibly hard-hitting story where you found out some pretty jarring stuff. Tell us exactly what you found out in your reporting.
Thank you so much. Yes, the gist of it is that Huawei has for years now been spending millions of dollars to fund top researchers at top U.S. universities without their knowledge. And the way they did that is by routing the money through an independent foundation that's based here in Washington, D.C., called the Optica Foundation.
So tell us about the Optica Foundation. What are they? What do they do? And how long has Huawei been doing this? And who else is giving to the foundation?
Right, so Optica's been around a little over 20 years. It's a nonprofit, and they have an additional nonprofit arm called the Optica Foundation. Huawei joined Optica as a member in 2021, and that's when the terms of this competition were hashed out. Huawei agreed, and we've seen the contract between Huawei and Optica. They agreed to fund this competition where they give $100,000 to 10 researchers per year who compete with their ideas in all sorts of really interesting research arenas. Optica's focused on, optics and photonics research. That's the science of light. And there's all sorts of interesting applications, from lasers to telecommunications, biomedical diagnostics. I mean, you're talking some really interesting stuff that's being funded right now.
Yeah, I want to learn more about that and what exactly is being funded. What would Huawei be able to do with the research that's being conducted by the Optica Foundation?
Well, one thing that's important to keep in mind is that, the competition is funding academic research that is meant to be published at the end of the day, right? So this isn't sort of like an IP issue or anything like that. This is research that eventually would see the light of day, but by funding it, research security folks that I spoke with said that, Huawei is getting an advanced look and also building important relationships in this field. One of the specialists I spoke with said, Huawei may want to establish relationships and sort of track these folks as they progress in their careers, sponsor them, and then potentially acquire IP from them later on.
What's interesting about this, as you say, they are blacklisted by the United States, right? And so I'm curious about the money that's coming in and where it's going. I guess it's a transparency issue in a big way. You checked in with a lot of the academic recipients of these donations from the foundation: Harvard, Texas A&M, University of Southern California, Vanderbilt, a few others. What did they say? Did they know that there was money at this foundation that was coming from Huawei?
Right. So, it was known that Huawei was among many, many donors to the foundation at large, but it was not disclosed that they were funding the specific competition which is relevant because the academics who win prizes, the money is actually given to their universities to sort of disperse to them as they carry out the research. And a lot of these universities actually have stated policies that they don't want to work with Huawei anymore. You know, several years ago, the US government, you know, made clear that these universities' funding could be at risk if they continue working with Huawei, which was labeled a major national security threat here. And so this is just, you know, a sort of bizarre situation where these researchers were applying for funding. They thought they were just getting money through a Washington, D.C. based, you know, U.S. entity. But in fact, they were the money that they're getting is actually coming from Huawei, but via this U.S. foundation.
Which speaks again to the transparency, I guess, that, you know, makes us all scratch our heads a little bit. A Harvard physics professor in your story that you write about is chairman of the Optica Foundation board. What did he tell you about Huawei or what he knew?
Right. Well, so Optica's CEO said that, because I asked, well, who knew about this? Who approved this? And the Optica board, the Optica Foundation board, they all knew about it, according to this CEO. So then, of course, that raised the question of, well, okay, the foundation's board chair is, you know, a professor at Harvard, which is one of the universities who has said, we don't want to work with Huawei anymore. We don't want our researchers taking this money. He eventually got back to me and said that, you know, Optica and the foundation are growing entities, and, you know, moving forward, they want to make sure that, you know, there's more transparency in the way that their funding programs work.
Kate, is there anything happening here that goes against U.S. regulations, that goes against U.S. rules? Are, in some way, the universities violating any rules here?
So this is one of the most interesting things. I find this so often in U.S.-China stories. As far as I can tell, and the people that I've interviewed can tell, no laws have been broken here, right? I mean, and this is despite the fact that Huawei is on so many different government lists, you know, Pentagon lists, all sorts of lists. Probably the most important regulation on Huawei today is administered by the Commerce Department, which prevents people and companies from sharing technology with Huawei. But as I mentioned before, since this is academic research, it's not actually covered by the Commerce Department regulations. One of the lawyers I spoke with said, you know, this would be illegal if Huawei were subject to treasury sanctions, which are stricter. But right now, there's no actual legal violation as far as anyone's aware. I mean, there's this strange situation where there may be university policy violations, but it's kind of been without the knowledge of the universities or the researchers. So, yeah, I think this is just one of those gray area situations, and that's part of what made it so interesting to report.
Did anyone you spoke to, any critics, say, well, it may not violate the law as the law is written, but it violates the spirit of the law?
Yeah, that was the main gist of it. I mean, you know, you had Optica and Huawei saying that this was not illegal and, you know, it's totally fine. But in terms of all the critics, their focus was on the transparency aspect, yes.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, listen, we so appreciate it. Kate O'Keefe, national security reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from our D.C. bureau. As we said, this is one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. All right, everybody, we're going to stay in the tech world, a company that's been in the news lately, in fact, just reported earnings. We're talking about the more than $9 billion market cap enterprise cloud data management company, Informatica. The company reported earnings after the close yesterday. First quarter adjusted EPS beat the average analyst estimate. First quarter revenue was up more than 6%, 6.3% year over year and in line. Company also reiterated its annual forecast for total revenues. The stock, by the way, down a little bit, down about 1%, but up about 7% year to date. AI featuring prominently and up top in the company's press release. So let's get to the interview. With us is the CEO of Informatica, Amit Walia, joining us from Redwood City, California. With us, too, is our own Romaine Bostic of Bloomberg Television here in studio. Amit, so good to be talking with you again. We're going to talk earnings. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff, but we've got to talk about the elephant in the room. Reports of a Salesforce acquisition, takeover talks. I know you and the company have said no comment, but we got to ask, is there nothing to this at all? You've had no conversations, nothing at all in terms of Salesforce or maybe even another company?
Well, thanks for hosting me today. Pleasure to be here. Well, look, we don't comment on rumors. Like we said in our press release, we've stated everything. We just are squarely executing and firing on all cylinders, and the Q1 results are there to be shown.
Okay, so with that said, what would you say to investors who may say, you know what, we think Informatica would work better as part of a bigger company? What would you say to them in response to that?
Well, look, we are a very unique company. We are the Switzerland of data. For large enterprises, we are the only platform that basically helps them manage the data from any source, any target, any type, to help them govern, manage quality data. It's a very unique place, and we work with all of these hyperscalers: Azure, AWS, GCP, Salesforce, OCI, Databricks, Snowflake. So it's a very unique spot we have in the enterprise world.
But why do you think, though, Salesforce would have been even interested in you? I mean, you're competing directly, of course, with one of their previous acquisitions in MuleSoft. You're competing with Fivetran. You're competing with a lot of other companies that are basically under these broader umbrellas here. Do you think you could remain competitive with those companies, with those divisions, as a standalone company yourself?
Well, look, I can't comment on what they would think, but the way I would characterize is that, we exceeded every metric top to bottom line in our Q1 guide. And if you think about our business, we've held the guide for the year. We actually had a very robust guide for Q2. And if you step back and look at a 35% growth rate of our cloud ARR, it's the fastest growing infrastructure business of that scale. And if you look at the scale of our platform, 92 trillion transactions a month, growing 69% year over year. That's a pretty significant scale business solving mission-critical enterprise data management needs.
Talk about the size of some of those clients, some of those new customers. We heard on the call, we heard in the report that you're getting larger clients with much larger sort of sales figures to be able to buy whatever they need to buy here. Is this the plan now to scale up the ladder?
Well, look, we've served G2K customers. And a great example of that is like our average subscription ARR grew 28% to 310,000 per subscription customer. And examples are the customers I highlighted in our earnings call, like a Sodexo or like a Bridgestone, or many other customers who are basically standardizing on our platform to solve mission critical needs of, data quality for the Gen AI world, data governance, master data management, managing a digital supply chain. And that's where the scale and scope of what we do becomes extremely mission critical. And those are the kind of customers we are heavily invested in directly ourselves, with our partners that I talked about, including the GSI partners like an Accenture or a Deloitte. So that's our strategy, and it's going very well.
Hey, one of the things, just talking with our Bloomberg Intelligence team and looking at your results, it is, about your targets. Why aren't you bringing all of them forward despite the 35% growth in the cloud business? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Look, we are a very consistent execution company. Q1, as you saw, we beat our numbers handsomely, the guide that we gave. And look, it's the smallest quarter. We are pretty thoughtful. And I think when we think of the year, we feel very good about it, given digital transformation, modernization, and Gen AI. And I think we want to land to the middle of the year and see how the business goes. But it's pretty early innings in the start of a year for us to think like that. But we feel pretty good about our setup for the year.
So are you being a little bit conservative then in the forecast? Would you use that word?
Consistent execution is the word I like to use. So we're getting up for our user conference.
No, that's not what I asked. So not conservative at all? You sound a little bit, I don't want to even use the word cautious, but yeah, go ahead, your words.
I mean, look, we're always cautious and optimistic at the same time. And I think thoughtful is the right word. Look, the way I look at it is that right now we're getting up for a user conference. It's actually turning out to be the biggest user conference ever, with basically attendance and pipeline ahead of its curve. And as I said, Q1 is the start of the year. We'll look to landing in the middle of the year and looking at the year at that vantage point than getting too ahead of our skis beginning of the year.
Hey, Amit, you heard Romain mention some of the companies that you compete with when it comes to the database management space. You mentioned MuleSoft, others like SAP, IBM, Oracle. Given that it is getting increasingly crowded, I'm wondering what's next for you before data integration, master data management, and governance layers. Would you move into data resilience?
Well, look, we have a very big untapped market. Ours is a very fragmented market, a $62 billion cloud TAM. We're the largest provider, closing into $2 billion in revenue soon. And I think we believe that there's so much under-penetration within large enterprises of the various offerings we have. We have 7 product categories, lead in every market. So I think they're squarely focused on driving that growth. Lots to be had in that. And look, as Gen AI is getting there, so much of data preparation has to happen for that to be happening. So before we look at a new market, plenty of room to grow within our existing TAM.
So where is the growth, though? Is that going to come primarily here in the U.S. and North America? Is there much more of a global strategy afoot?
Oh, we are a global company. So we're about 60% in North America, or America is about 30% in EMEA, and the rest in APJ. So we're a very well balanced out company across the globe, across all verticals. So of course, international, we feel like can grow even more. But within the US, we still believe that large enterprises are still underpenetrated in what they will do in terms of data management. So that's where our go-to-market efforts are focused.
Well, Emmett, one reason why I asked that, though, too, is I'm sure you're aware of all of the regulatory issues, or maybe let's just call them political issues right now, because it hasn't quite translated into regulation. But a lot of concerns among individual companies about protecting their data, whether it's government data or the data from the companies that are homegrown here. How do you sort of thread that needle? I mean, this is not the sort of old school cross-border type of business that we're used to. We're entering a much different era where a lot of things have to be walled off in order to protect that data and protect national security.
You're very correct, actually. And I think the areas of data governance, data privacy, data access is a particular product area that's actually growing significantly well for us. And we see that area, large enterprises are worried about that. They want to make sure that the right people have the right access to the right data, it's privacy managed, and we see that business growing handsomely for us. And in fact, that's one of the first things when we see enterprises figuring out their GenAI strategy, solving for that first. And we see that business growing very well.
Well, and to kind of piggyback on that, you know, a lot of folks are sometimes, the conversation we've been having here, our Bloomberg Intelligence team did a whole big event on it about Gen AI, but also the thinking of rather than putting things up in the cloud, because one of the concerns is security and privacy of the data that's up there, increasingly getting a lot sensitive or a lot more sensitive, that everybody's going to be moving to on-premise in terms of, you know, keeping all of their data management on site near kind of their headquarters or where their operations are. So having said that, do you believe that you can get a lot of your customers to basically shift from on-premise to cloud? And what are you seeing? Or I should say that there are a lot of clients who want to keep it close to home, but your business, a lot, right? It's all dependent on moving up into the cloud. Can you get those customers to shift?
So this is where we're very unique. So you're right. It's cloud first. But of course, customers live in a hybrid environment. And while we have our product in the cloud, the way we've implemented and architected is that it can actually be behind the firewalls of our customer and outside the firewall of the customer as well, through that single pane of glass in the cloud. Customers love that. So they can manage this hybrid environment until they feel whichever workload goes to the cloud, whichever goes slowly or never goes. We are doing that for large customers like banks, like healthcare companies, like insurance companies. So I believe that that will be the state for many years to come, and we can manage that because we are doing that today.
All right, just checking. You sure you're not talking with Salesforce? Just want to check.
Look, I think getting ready for Informatica World, we have a lot of great stuff to share over there, and I'm squarely focused on out-delivering Q2, given what we've shared with our investors.
Well,
nice try, Carol.
I know, I tried. We've been at Informatica World. That's a good thing. Maybe you make an announcement there. All right, anyway, we really so appreciate your time. Amit, thank you so much. Amit Walia, Chief Executive Officer of Informatica out there in Redwood City, and of course, our thanks to our colleague, Romaine Bostic. Really a fun conversation.
Hey, still ahead, Serena Williams on deck in the latest episode of The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly. That is coming up. Right now, though, a check on the trade. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Best level of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. 1 hour, 20 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. But right now, we are looking at a gain of 45 points on the S&P 500 index, back at 5,063, up by 0.9%. Dow Industrials up 322, up by 0.8%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 225 now, up by 1.5%. It is the world's largest tech companies that are driving the rebound in the stock market ahead of Apple's earnings, and Wall Street traders also gearing up for tomorrow morning's jobs report. 10-year at 4.57%, with a 2-year right now 4.88%. Spot gold down $12 the ounce to $23.07, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil right now $79.12 a barrel. Crude today up by about 0.2%. All eyes will be on Apple after the closing bell. Apple's report comes with a low bar and a big buyback expectations. Apple ahead of earnings, up by 2.2%. Carvana shares are surging today. The used car retailer reported stronger earnings with revenue topping expectations as the company digs into its restructuring plan and regains sales momentum. Right now, Carvana surging by 33%. Again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all higher. S&P up 45, up 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and, of course, watching Bloomberg Business Week. And interesting day and an interesting week, certainly, in terms of the overall tone and trend and just the amount of stuff coming at investors. But it's really been a lot about the economic front, monetary policy, all obviously coming off of the Fed meeting yesterday. And then we're teeing up for the jobs report tomorrow. You've got an equity rally underway, and you've seen yields backing off.
Before that, Carol, comes Apple earnings. After the bell today,
Oh,
4:30
yeah.
is when those
Apple.
numbers are expected to cross. We've got a great story out by Ryan Vestelica that talks a little bit about the low bar ahead of earnings for Apple. Remember, this is a company that, since the tone of the year was kind of set back in January with all those concerns in the first days of the year about what happened in China in the most recent quarter and in the quarter before that. And over the last couple of weeks, certainly we've seen a lot of third-party research pointing to sales declines and weakness when it comes to iPhone handsets there. So I know that investors, and I'll certainly be watching closely for any commentary on the China business.
Yeah, it's interesting, a low bar, but it always kind of blows my mind every time that the Apple numbers cross, that even when they're disappointing, we're talking about large numbers. I mean, you guys know the story. It's a almost $2.7 trillion market cap company. Stock has definitely pulled back. It's down more than 10% so far this year. And so, yes, there's been a lot of concerns, especially when it comes to growth. Listening to Surveillance this morning, Tom Keene and the gang asking one of their guests, is it a growth company or a value company? And I think someone described it as a core value company.
Okay.
So kind of interesting. But we'll be breaking those earnings after the closing bell.
Hey, episode 10 of The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly drops tonight. It features an icon, a legend on so many levels. I think it's fair to call her the GOAT. We are talking about the tennis great Serena Williams. It airs this evening, 9 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Originals. You can also catch it Friday at 7 p.m. on Bloomberg TV. The podcast, Carol, already available for download at Bloomberg.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
I thought you were talking about the legend Jason Kelly.
He is. He's also, he's also a GOAT. I think it's fair to say.
Is he?
Yeah,
as Jason
he
would
is.
say. Are you? Jason Kelly out there. And where are you in? Are you in Florida?
I'm in Miami, yes.
Always
sorry.
Always on the
Sorry,
road.
not sorry.
Sorry,
yeah,
not sorry.
Formula One this weekend here in Miami, so it's very exciting.
All right, so tell us about, first of all, I mean, come on. I don't know. This isn't your last episode of The Deal, right, for the season? Not yet?
Nope, we got two more after this, but this is definitely a high water mark. I mean, when Alex and I set out to do this show, there were a few people who we put on sort of the Mount Rushmore of guests, and Serena was top of the list. And I got to tell you, guys, she absolutely delivered. She's unbelievable.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. What was it like spending time with someone who has meant so much to so many on so many different levels, right? Like, you just think about her impact on the sport, but just so much more.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised, I think, at how candid she was with us, how honest she was about, finding her way as a business person. It's obviously inextricably tied to her performance as a tennis great, but, in the same way that she had to find her way into being the GOAT, she had to find her way into managing her own money, and it was something that her father, Richard Williams, famously with Venus and Serena both, obviously propelled them forward in the world of tennis, but really empowered them to make their own decisions when it came to money.
Well, your show is called The Deal, and it sounds like for her, whether it's sports or investing, she has one kind of guiding light, if you will. Listen up, everybody, to a little piece of The Deal with Jason and Alex Rodriguez.
You have to be able to play the game whether you're investing or whether you are in sport. It's who plays the game the best. And some of the greatest businessmen and investors play the game better than someone who actually might be better and smarter.
So being competitive, of course, that's Serena Williams. I mean, right? A guiding light there.
Yeah, I mean, what's so interesting, Carol, is that, and this is something you and I have talked about, you and Tim have talked about, this whole notion of being at the table, right? And one of the most seminal moments in her business career was being physically at the table for her first deal, which was with Puma, her first major deal, her first major endorsement. And her father insisted that she be there, not in the room, but physically at the table. And, as I've said to a couple other people, she's never left. She really took that to heart and is intensely involved in everything that she does. And now, as you guys can both appreciate, she's all about bringing other people to the table.
How old was she? I'm putting you on the spot, but how old was she when she had that seat at the table and that her dad made sure she was there?
She was about 15, 16 years old when that was happening, and she tells the story. You'll hear it on the episode. She tells the story of it gets to be 12 midnight, 1 in the morning, and she literally. I said to her, because I'd done my research, and I said, and you fell asleep at the table. She's like, no, I passed out. She's like, I was just exhausted. But she said, but it was so important. And what she has seen through Serena Ventures and really worked hard to do is to ensure that people of color and women who are wildly, wildly underrepresented when it comes to venture capital, as you know, get more and more of those shots.
So, Jason, that's certainly a theme when it comes to her investing at Serena Ventures. But what are the other types of companies that she's invested in? Where would you say her focus is?
Her focus, it's pretty wide. Her aperture is pretty wide, Tim. When you think about, she's done everything from Masterclass. That was something that she immediately sort of cottoned to as an angel investor. She and her husband, Alexis Ohanian, and their daughter, notably, have invested in sports, including Angel City, the football club. Olympia being what I think we can confidently say, the youngest owner in professional sports. She's also